Your revenue grows because your enterprise is ran by you and the people that you put in the position to control and evolve. So my friends that you look at as just regular guys are now businessmen that help me run the enterprise that I now have. So that ridiculous number that you're looking at is one that we're proud of because it's a testament to the hard work and dedication that they put into me and that I put into the craft as well. Thank you.
And look, you guys see this guy on social media pushing tickets?
Yeah.
Like I admire that. Like you pop on and say, hey, tonight I'll be in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Come see us.
Well, if you are your product, I think nobody knows what you are more than you. So if you're selling yourself, that means that you got a high level of belief in what you do and what you put your time and energy into. So when it comes to me marketing in anything, you get 110% of me speaking on behalf of what I'm passionate about. If it's stand-up comedy, I'm talking about it because I put 1.5 years into developing whatever the material is that I'm doing on that live show. If it's a movie, well, I put 2 to 3 months in filming that movie. There was a team of people that worked on those movie sets. If this movie's a success, it's not just my success, it's our success. So our success is banking on my effort. So I don't ever shortcut my effort. I give the most that I possibly can so that the people around go, what excuses do I have if the guy that's already here is still going 100 miles per hour? If he's not slowing down, why should I?
Snapping checks.
How do I get that too? Because I know a lot of great salespeople just don't end up with this for whatever reason. And I know a lot of great salespeople that end up with way less than they deserve. So how can we help you solve that problem? Negotiating and the money.
Who's got my money?
That's the win-win. Everybody's like, you gotta have a win-win. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Somebody is going to lose something for you to win. And that means you gotta lose something for them to win. A win-win results in a loser. Like everybody's like, win-win-win, I sound so good, okay man, I'm gonna die and go to heaven for sure. Dude, a win-win requires a loser. It means I gotta lose and Jared's gotta lose. If me and Jared are negotiating, it's a give and take thing, right? With every give and take, tide comes in, tide must go out. Tide just comes in, you're gonna have a backed up sewer. So like for Jared to give me something and me win, Jared had to give me something, which means he had to lose something. Everybody gotta lose something, okay? What are you doing about your money? And what are you doing about the game? Because it takes 2 to win. Popped me in the face. I popped him in the face. I gave him a paper burn on his face. Okay, my name's Grant Cardone. This is Jared Grant, Young Hustlers, every Thursday, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here from the 10X Media Studio.
Miami.
We are in the Cardone Zone. Every day of the week, we bring you Cardone Zone content. Today's Young Hustlers. You can listen to the show on iTunes. Post your comments, subscribe to the iTunes channel, and review, and I'll send you my next book for free. It's the only way you can buy it from me for free.
That's some stuff right there.
We're talking about games
Bars.
and money.
Bars.
Why are the games and the money? Let's just bring this back.
Yeah.
Why is it important for me to be a gamer and a money guy?
Well, the money motivation, obviously, like, if you can't get in tune with the importance of this, and how vital this is to get to where you want to go and how much of this it's going to take to hit your dreams and goals, you're going to have problems. The game is what makes it fun. There's not one person that'll do more for work than they will for a game.
Games are way up here, okay? So just so you guys don't know that, if you don't have a game in the sales game, you're going to end up in the golf course.
Because you're doing work.
Because you're like, okay, man, I got my money made. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, this is why these top producers end up not being top producers. Because they go play games. I want to go riding with my kids. Dude, that ain't for the kids, that's for you. You know you're a kid. Let's keep it real. You go off shooting. You go off, you know, whatever you're
jet skiing.
Jet skiing, playing on the weekends. Why? Because you will spend money to play a game. That's why you got to bring the game
into what you do from whenever you do it, Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Now, me, I am the perfect, if there was a a creation beast, if there was a stem cell that you could, a DNA thing, I am the perfect combination between a gamer
And money.
and a money guy. I have attached money to the game. Okay, so like I'm not gonna play a game with you if there's not money involved.
That's true.
Backgammon, checkers,
Guts,
poker, high card,
golf.
guess. I ain't a gambler, by the way. I'm not some degenerate gambler. I don't gamble. I win a lot.
Yeah.
We play golf. Well, I'm not that good. Okay, my hamstrings are all jacked up, pulling on me.
Bio-freezing up.
We are going to play for something, or we're not going to play. Because a game without a reward, I know this is not socially acceptable. It's for the tards. $5 grand is a doable deal. How do I do it? It's $412 a month. Okay? I got to go steal the money. I can steal $5,000. You could steal $5 grand from me and I wouldn't even know it's on me. If you could add $5,000 to that and earn 20%, it'd be worth $1,125,000. If you can do this at 10%, it'd be worth $320,000. Some of you small thinkers out there be like, dude, I'll take the $320,000. How do I get 10 and how do I get 20? You guys have figured this out. You're like, shit. If the play is big enough, dude, I'll figure that out. Everybody agree? See what I just I shifted your mind by giving you a target. I don't go to Target, I get targets, and I keep targets, and I refresh the target. And the target is I want to be a millionaire. But over the period of time, I got 20 years, by the way, what would pay me 20% a year over 20 years? And that is when your boy GC got rich. I didn't get rich speaking. I didn't get rich selling books. I got rich shopping real estate. 30 years old, shopping every weekend, dude, every weekend. All I did between 25 and 30 years old was make money, and push it aside, push it aside, push it aside. Even when in the first years when I was not, watch this, even when I was not 25 years old, $5 grand, boom. Next year, $5 grand, boom. Next year, $5 grand, boom. Guess what? Next year, oh, by the way, this money's sitting dead in the bank. It's not earning anything. It's in a holy account. Holy means, okay, I'm gonna put a hole in your face if you touch my money. Nobody could get this money. This is a sacred account. Okay, you with me? 28. Oh wow, man, I could add a little bit. Maybe there's more money. 29. What am I doing right here? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom! I got $25,000 sitting in an account. It wasn't $1 million, and I'm 5 years into the plan. But when I was ready to start investing money, I started doing my homework. 30 years old, homework, shopping properties. 31, homework, shopping properties. 32, I'm not buying cars. You guys are buying cars, flying on jet charters, showing off, going on vacations. All I'm doing is stacking paper. Guess what happens? I had 5 years of putting $5 grand away. Next thing you know, I had $25,000 to add to my $25,000. Next year, I'm making more money. I got $25,000. You see what I'm doing? I'm stacking dough and looking for 20%. I know there's a 20% play out there. Some of this money was sitting in the bank. This is years and years ago where the bank was paying me 6 or 7 or 8. It didn't matter. That's not the target. The target is to get to 1 million. Remember this? And let's open up the calls, okay? Your job is to find a vehicle that can pay you 20% a year. Might be a business, might be the business you're in. It might be to buy advertising for the business or brand you're in. For me, it was this. I'm gonna buy real estate that over long periods of time, I will earn cash flow, okay? That's how the real estate works. I put $25,000 in a deal. That deal is probably gonna pay me 10% a year. You said, yeah, but Grant, you said, what'd you say, Grant? What'd you say? 20%, Grant, that's what you said. Yeah, I know what I said. This ain't Eddie, okay? Now how much do I have? I could reinvest that money back in the deal. The next year I have $27,500. I earn 10% on that. That's $27.50 or something like that. I reinvest that, now I got $30,000 in the deal. Okay, but what you don't know is the rent on this property as I own it over 20 years 2038, we'll dispose of this thing. The rent is going up. As I'm adding money, the rent's going up. And maybe this goes from 10% a year. By the time I sell, I want it to be at 20%, okay? My average deal has paid me over 30% a year. So when you start taking money and start compounding it like that, for long periods of time, the trick is long periods of time. You have no choices. You have to learn this game right now. This is why we're gonna open this up. I just registered with the SEC to open this to my investments. We're gonna change the way people invest their money. I'm gonna single-handedly change the way people invest their money. I'm gonna get your money out of the bank. Your bank money right now is earning 0.0025%. My real estate's earning 20%. If you have no place to go, see, when I was 26 years old, I was broke. 27, I was broke. 28, I was broke. 29, I was broke. 30, I was broke. You know why? Because I'd take the $5 grand and I'd push it off to the side and I was broke again, hustling to go get another $5 grand. Why? Because I knew where I was going. I was going here. I'm like, I'm gonna be a millionaire, dude. Ain't nobody gonna take this deal from me, and I am not gonna wait till I'm 90 years old to get the $1 million. Right? By the time I'm 33 years old, I had $1,125,127 in a damn account. $1,125,127, 33 years old, and I started with no money at 25. How? I got the 5,000. I don't need to go buy something yet. I got to add that every year. Now I need to learn how to get that money to grow. 20% a year. It'll take me 20 years to get it done. How did I get it done in 8 years? I must have either added money or earned more than 20%. And it was a combination of both. How do you do that? You don't do it at your job. You can't be a waitress making, 40,000 bucks a year and all of a sudden make 20% more at your job. You can't. Like, it just doesn't, you can't just all of a sudden say, I'm 20% better, give me 20% more money. And even if you could, you'll do it one time, not every year. Francisco cannot be such a good cameraman that he's like, hey, dude, look, give me a 20% raise this year. All right. Can he do it again next year? Sooner or later, I'm gonna be like, tapping out, dog. Okay, your photos aren't that good. The 10X rule is based on this. Two concepts. You're either expanding or you're contracting, and there's nothing in between. Anything in between is you trying to make sense of something that doesn't exist. You're either expanding your business or contracting your business. Now, the question is, how much do you expand at? You know what this is? What is this right here? That's a line. What kind of line? It's a flat line. That means you died. Okay, watch this. This is a business. What is that? Almost a flat line. Gravity will pull it down. Okay? What is that? This is survival right here. You understand? This is not survival. This is not survival. This is survival. Your business has to grow, folks. So the first question you got to ask yourself today is this: why? Oh man, look at this. Magic. Okay? Why, man? Why? See, this is what a team does around you. Whether it's your wife, your husband, kids. Your team should provide you with support, not criticism. Not how you did it wrong. Hey man, here's the table. Somebody could say, well, Grant, you should have told us you needed a table, Elena. You needed a table. You should have told me what you needed before you did it, but I didn't. Okay, I'll give you an example. We have 5 little companies. We run them out of one roof. It'll always be under one roof, okay? And because I want one roof because I want to be there, right? Yesterday, where's Johnny, the camera guy? Right here. Why aren't you moving around? You got 2 legs.
This guy is inspiring. There's something genuine about Grant Cardone.
He's got so many different ideas for what you can actually do, and he's really changed the way I look at my business.
I really connected with Grant because I grew up without a dad like he did.
International sales expert Grant Cardone.
New York Times best-selling author.
Has founded up to 14 companies now and growing still.
Money won't make you happy, folks. Poverty won't get you anything.
He's an international speaker to speak about motivation, leadership, entrepreneurship, and finance. The man, Uncle G, Mr. Grant Cardone. These are roads, and I bought into the concept that if I build it, they will come.
A road without traffic is useless. So I need you to get traffic. I need you to get attention.
I found out that when I was contributing to the life of another person, it was better fuel than it was contributing to my own bank account.
If you're going to be the ultimate success that you really want to be, you got to be able to relate outside of your comfort zone. So I came to shatter some boxes.
You are the one. You are the one that's gonna break the generational curses in your family. You are the one that's gonna be the first multi-millionaire in your family. You just ain't step up to the plate yet.
It's really remarkable how you can achieve anything in life. How do you define big? What's your dream?
I'm gonna show you guys how to instantly outspend your competitors and ethically steal all potential customers in your market, which is gonna be pretty exciting, right?
We want to see you strong, powerful, and winning in life. We are 10X!
It is my job to give you the data, give you the information, give you the strategy, make ourselves available to help you. Your job is to continue to show up.
Day 5, let's go! Yeah, what's up? Welcome to day 5, everybody, of the Unbreakable Challenge, the business event of the year. Thank you for showing up so powerfully this week. It's been like a major sports arena of full sports arena live every single day, and we're so grateful for you. Where are you tuning in from? I see Dallas VIP. I've got Ustream, I've got our VIPs, I've got Facebook, I've got YouTube, we've got Rumble, we've got Twitter, we've got 20 of our partners streaming this into their communities on Instagram and LinkedIn and everywhere. Over 13 million people are having the opportunity to be able to watch this. You know, we've had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people live, and this has been an exciting week. Day 1 had 871, Jeremy? 871,000 comments on day 1. So tell us where you're at. Costa Rica, Battleground. We've got Auckland, New Zealand. We've got Kentucky. I see a Jim Brown from San Diego, and keep it towards the bottom. We've got New Haven. We've got Kansas. Let us know where you're chiming in from. Sabrina from New York. We've got Desiree from Indiana. We've got Idaho. We've got Fiji. We've got Canada. We got Miami. I see you, Alicia, Nebraska, Las Vegas. Cool. Well, welcome to day 5. I think it's been an incredible week. You know, did we save the best for last? We'll see. I think today is going to be game-changing for you. The gentleman, Brandon Dawson, who's going to be up here in just a little bit, is about to help you go from one place to another place in terms of your revenues and your revenue levels. So I'm going to get you set for that here in just a second. We're so excited to have you guys. I'm curious, how many of you this is our 5th day. How many of you been here 5 days? If you've been here 5 days, do 5, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, or 1 in the chat. I want to see. And if this is your first day, man, you're going to get everything you need in this day. So don't worry, you're in the right place. You're also in the right place if you're just starting your business, you feel stuck in your business. Some of you feel scared because we've seen it in the comments. We've seen thousands of comments talk about fear of what's happening in our world. And some of you are like, I'm not scared or stuck. I just want to scale to be part of the 1% of the 1% like Grant Cardone. I'm curious, which of those buckets do you fall into? Starting, stuck, scared, scale? Like, where do you fall into right there? I want to see that in the chat. See that in the chat. Yeah, Justin says starting. And yeah, our comments are coming in so fast. Starting, scaling, stuck, starting. Yeah. So we've got people all over the board today. I'm curious, what's been a big aha for you this week? And if this is day 1, you'll get your aha today. I'm telling you, if you will stay around till the end today, you will have the possibility and the information to go to another level in your business. You will have that. No questions asked about that. Like, you will have that today. And I'm like, today will be mind blowing. We've got Brandon Dawson here today. We've got Grant Cardone. We've got Robert from Shark Tank, who's going to be with us here today as well. Like, it's going to Hershevek. We've got Robert Hershevek here with us today as well. And so it's going to be a powerful, powerful day. And I'm so excited for you guys to be here. Elena's statement about having the same goal as your spouse. Yeah, that's a big aha. Elena was unbelievable, wasn't she? Mindset and Elena's testimony. Yeah, lots of Elena's up here. Good. I love that. Yeah, Giovanni, I see that over there. That's great. Well, let me go through a few things before I bring Grant up here in a couple of minutes. We had the intention of giving $100,000 of prizes away. We love starting the day with giving prizes away because people have to be on time to get their prizes. And so we love starting the day giving prizes away. We had the intention of giving $100,000. We've given over $200,000 of prizes randomly to people, that are showing up and doing the work. And it's been so powerful and so profound. And we're going to give out some more today. Yesterday's prizes weren't just the $10,000. They're also the AirPods, which I forgot to give away yesterday. And they're the iPad Pro as well. So we're going to be giving out the iPad Pro, the AirPods, and another $10,000 today. Who's won something this week? If you've won something this week,
it's actually going to be my AirPods.
Oh, Grant's AirPods.
These are my AirPods that I've been using. These are successful AirPods. They've worked for me. They've been in my ears. You guys decide whether you want a brand new set or these. These are brand new, like 2 months old, but they have been in the ears of Grant Cardone. Which ones would you rather have? The GC Wax? Somebody said the GC Wax or a new set. You decide.
GC Wax. So you got your decision on that. I did ask him for his backpack, but he hasn't brought that up here yet. Maybe that's next, the backpack. But GC's AirPods, excuse me, or you get the brand new pair. I'm sure it would be a no-brainer for me. Hopefully it's a no-brainer for you. So we're going to give some prizes out right now. I would take the GC ones. GC ones.
Proven to work.
Yes, proven to work.
Shit.
The GC ones. So, hey, here's our 10X Rule book winners. If you've been a winner this week in something, money, a book, a virtual ticket, AirPods, a MacBook, write the word winner. Like, if you've been one of our winners this week, you've seen the names, you've seen people excited. Look at all those books that we're giving out right there. Those are all our 10X Rule book winners. And I'm going to give out some more 10X Rule book winners today. Look in the Facebook group. That's where we tag. I see Carmelita. She's pretty happy right there. Was she on there? Or did she win something? She's pretty happy. Okay, I love it. So make sure you check the Facebook group for our winners. Here's our $1,000 giveaways. And yeah, let's split screen this. $1,000 giveaways. Aga, Godu, Tim, Zanita, Zolt, Mo, Lisa, Granville, Alejandra, and Bryn. Congratulations, all of you have won $1,000. $1,000. Let me tell you, give it up for our $1,000 winners in the house. Yes, yes. Now let me tell you, here's what your homework did. Tonight's homework will be one of the biggest giveaways that we give for tonight's homework, because it might be the most important homework of the week. And I will say that after all of our speakers have gone today, tonight's homework is going to be big. The people who actually didn't just build their Dream 100 list, but began to reach out to them, are the ones that we randomly selected, from not just the people. Some of you just said, here's my Dream 100 list. There's no action in that. One of the funniest stories that I've ever heard from Jared Glant is when he was starting with Grant Cardone. And Jared said he was so proud of himself because he was in the office early and he was making a list of all of his prospects that he wanted to follow up with. He's getting organized. He's getting organized. He's getting organized. He was getting all the information, all of the information, all of the information. And Grant came in there and said, what are you doing? He's like, I'm building my prospect list. I won't say the words Grant said, but Grant said, freaking start calling those people and stop building this list. And so the common theme that you will see in all of our $1,000 giveaway winners, randomly selected, is they didn't just build their Dream 100 list, they reached out to their Dream 100 list, and several of them got leads, and even some of them got customers. One person who said they've had their product up on a website for 6 months. 6 months. You can see the post. We didn't make the post. And all of a sudden, in the last 24 hours, they got their first sale. Why? Because they took the right actions and the right targets. They had the right targets and the right action. You see, some of you today, you've been here with us for 5 days and you know you're supposed to be in this system. You know it. You've been taking all the notes this week and you've been getting all the information. But the thing that you haven't taken is the action that's calling to you inside. You know that you should take action on the system and you haven't done that. And so today at the end, there's one of the major bonuses that we've been given you the opportunity all week to have that we're going to remove today for the folks that haven't taken that action. And congratulations, if you've taken action in the system, drop the word system, drop it on whatever platform you're on today. Like if you're in the system and you've already taken that action, drop the word system. Look at all of those, guys. Look at all of those on Facebook, on Ustream, on Twitter, like grantcardone.com/system. It's time to take that action. Our homework winners didn't just write a list. They took action. They took action. So congratulations to those homework winners. I hope that many of you today will take that action. And Iman, you are the winner of our new iPad Pro. Congratulations to Iman for winning the new iPad Pro. Come on, give it up for Iman here. Yes, 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 yes. And then listen, Vanessa Martinez, you have the choice between GC's AirPods or these new AirPods. Which ones? Give it up for Vanessa Martinez, everybody. Give it up for Vanessa. Yes. Man, it's quiet over here. Annie, can I get some clapping over here? Yes, all right. Let's go. Vanessa, I don't know where you're at. I don't know which stream you're on, but tell us, new ones or GCs? New ones or GCs? Congratulations to our winners. Like I told y'all, those are all our winners. You can see them posted in the Facebook group. If you haven't done one homework assignment yet, I'm asking you the one I give you today. I hope that you will do the one today. It'll be, and I don't have today's prizes on here, Rachel, but it will be the biggest homework assignment and the one that we give away. I'll just tell you today, for those of you that go do the homework assignment, and you'll hear it at the very end, we're going to give away another all expenses paid trip to GrowthCon, MGM Grand, your airfare, VIP ticket, an experience of a lifetime that will change your life. All of you that have already gotten the system, you'll be there virtually with us in less than 3 weeks. Like 3 weeks, I think, is around the time frame of when it's happening. But for today's homework assignment, I'm going to give away another $10,000. I'm going to give away another trip to GrowthCon. And I'm going to give away a lot of 10X Rule books as well. And this extra set of AirPods is now available. So this extra set of AirPods is now available. I'm going to give a lot away to those of you that take action on the homework assignment today. So I want to encourage you in that. I hope you will take that action. And I'll tell you, stay around till the very end because I will tell you about the homework assignment. Really quickly here, join the community. Join the community. Make sure if you are watching this, you're like, how do I qualify for the homework? How do I qualify for the prizes? We can't give you prizes if we don't have your emails. So you have to make sure you register at unbreakable2023.com. Go register right now at unbreakable2023.com and you'll qualify to be a part of this contest with all of these prizes that we're giving out. And we'll give out more today in terms of quantity than any other day that we've ever given out because of the homework assignment being so critical today for your success in creating an unbreakable business in 2023. So go there right now. I'm going to give out 25 books to anybody that hasn't registered that goes and registers right now at unbreakable2023.com. I'm going to give out 25 books. Last thing that I'm going to ask you guys to do, y'all have shared this feed thousands of times every day. Thousands of times every day. That's why we're reaching so many people. That's why this is the biggest business event, is because you care so much about the people in your life. So share it now publicly. And I'm going to give another 25 10X rule books out to anybody that shares it publicly out there today as well. So it's going to be a big prize day. I'm really excited because this is what we've done so far. We've done money mindset on day 1. Grant talked about targets. We did marketing on day 2. Attention, attention, attention. Marketing, marketing, marketing. Leads, leads, leads. Marketing is senior to sales. We had a powerful day on day 3 all around communication. Many people took the homework assignment that day and landed leads and landed customers because of the power of their words. Yesterday was sales, and Grant brought the noise, and Elena finished us off strong. It was mind-boggling. Like, people were blown away at the combination of the two of them yesterday. And today is all about scaling. And this is where all of you are at. And I'm going to bring Grant up right after this. This is where all of you are in one of these buckets. I'm going to ask all of the folks that are live to say, which bucket are you in? Are you trying today to go from 0 to 6 figures? That's bucket 1. Hold on. 6 to 7. Which is 100,000 to 1 million. Are you trying to go from 7 to 8 figures? Which is 1 million, millions to tens of millions? Which bucket are you in? I'm not saying which bucket. I know which one you want. Or are you trying to go from tens of millions to what we call a platforming company, which is 125 million plus? Which bucket are you in today? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Drop that in the comments. 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's what we want to know. I want Grant to see that. I want Brandon to see that. Where are you at today? Because our goal from today is to help you understand the playbook of scaling in each of these. And so I'm going to bring up our main host, the one who wanted to put this event on. And I want you guys to get up on your feet. I want you to drop some comments in the chat. Will y'all give it up for Mr. Grant Cardone? I'm going to lift you up again. That was weird.
That was weird. That was weird. That was weird, you picking me up the other day.
You know you liked it.
If you guys weren't here yesterday, Pete picked me up like a little burrito, okay? Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Great to have you here on a Saturday. We're working on a Saturday. You're working on a Saturday. You're learning. I'm excited to be with you. I got somebody to share with you today. So proud to have this guy in my life. And, you know, this 1, 2, 3, and 4, I didn't see your numbers, but you guys put down below where you're at in that process. Because the guy I'm going to bring you today is going to show you exactly how to make this a reality. I was watching a video this morning on the internet, some guy trying to trash me on how, like, I did this video about anyone could be a billionaire, right? And this guy trashing me, saying, oh, that's not possible for everybody to be a billionaire, okay? That there's only 2,000 billionaires in the world. And he's saying, how could everybody be a billionaire? There's only 2,000 of them in the world. Well, he's not taking into account the thousands of companies that produce billions of dollars worth of revenue. Thousands and thousands. He's thinking about individuals. He's thinking about a person, me or you, right? I'm thinking about companies that make trillions of dollars. For instance, one company, BlackRock, is worth $11 trillion. Okay, so I want you to put in here, because this is about money, it's about mindset, but it's also about the strategy to make money and mindset a reality, because these two things should come together. If you agree that there is plenty of potential on the planet, and you're thinking about your money right now, not everyone, okay? Like if some kid's in a village in India and there's 6 people there, or, you know, there's no jobs. There's 6 million people and only 3,000 jobs. I mean, he's going to have trouble doing that there. I 100% agree with that. So this is what Pete is saying on the scaling. This is 6 figures. People talk about 6 figures. 6 figures could be 100 grand, or it could be 999,000. That's why I hate using that terminology, because when people say 6 figures, I'm like, which one of these 6 figures are you talking about? Everybody agree? Big difference between this number and this number, right or wrong? Everybody agree? Think big today. I want to bring you back to thinking big. My wife told you yesterday about getting on the same page, everybody being on the same page. Okay, for big to work, everybody's got to be on the same page. I know this is true because for small to work, everybody's got to be on the same page. You get what you think about, you get what you work to, you get what you talk about every day. All right, so what do we got here, Pete? We got 100 grand to what? Or 6 figures, and that's probably why Pete is saying 6 figures, to $1 million, which is 7 figures, but that could go all the way to what? $9 million. Big difference between a guy who makes 1 million and 9 million. Okay? Big difference. Now, don't give up on it. We're going to break it down today. The guy I'm going to bring up is going to show you how to break down 1 million to, is that 10 million? And then, okay, now we started climbing the food chain here, and this is 100 million. And guess what? There's the next one. How do I go from 100 million to $1 billion? All that, ladies and gentlemen, is possible. I don't care who you are, where you are, how bad things are this moment. This is math. This is simple math. This could be people, this could be products, this could be services, this could be money, this could be love, this could be charity. How many times can I hug my kids? Okay, how many bricks can I lay? How many people can I meet? How many people could I talk to? If you guys could service 1 billion people, would you not be rewarded monetarily? What do you think, Francois? Francois, what do you think, man? Good head of hair, bro. What do you think? If you could reach enough people, how many agree? If you could reach enough people. So last thing before I bring this freaking superstar up, this guy's a rock star. You need a legal pad. Run someplace and go get you a legal pad, because he's going to rock your life. Okay? Remember this, the $1 million I talked about. How many different ways can you break $1 million up? I could do it $1 at a time, $10 at a time, $100 at a time, $1,000 at a time, right? I could do it $1 times 12 months. That's a subscription. I could crack all this up. I could show you guys, every one of you, 30 or 40 different ways to make $1 million a year. And maybe not even have a product or a service. I mean, last night's a perfect example. How do you guys get in the 1% club? Y'all remember where the 1% club is? 1% club's right here. This puts you in the 1% club, okay? This puts you in a 0.01% club, okay? And this puts you in the 0.001% club, probably protected against all devastations, problems, economies. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, get ready. Get a legal pad. You're going to learn about scaling. How to scale out of your position, how to scale your business, how to scale a department, how to scale to multiple locations. This guy is a superstar. I'm proud to call him my friend. He's a partner in a company. Okay, he's a partner in a company. He took a company from 0 to $155 million, okay, in 14 years, and then got with me. The two of us got together. Don't tell me it's not who you surround yourself with. The two of us got together and did the same thing in 3 years, not 14 years. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend and your mentor, Brandon Dawson.
All right, everybody, it's good to be here. It's good to see you. It's good to be up here with all this money. Hey, listen, you know, I remember when I was in my early 20s and I just had this dream to get my income
to $100,000. And I set this goal that when I finally got to $100,000, I was going to buy myself a Rolex. I'll never forget this. And I set that target in 1990. I was 24 years old. And in 1991, I hit $100,000 and I bought my first Rolex. And I still have that watch today. And the reason I bring that up is because I needed to find somebody who was making $100,000 that could show me how to make $100,000. The fastest way to succeed is to model, mimic, and master what somebody else has proven already works. Now, since then, I went on to starting my first business when I was 26 years old, and I was a 2.4 GPA high schooler. Look, I grew up on the walnut orchard, and that's how I put myself through school, is picking walnuts up. And I learned a lot of experiences my junior year when I got grounded by my parents for staying out late with my girlfriend, and they told me I needed to pick up the walnut orchard when they went out of town. Fortunately for me, I went to school that first day thinking, how do I free up a few days? See, when you set a target, you find a way to accomplish the target. And I learned early on that when you set those targets and you focus and the incentives are big enough, man, you can make magic happen. So I go to school the first day my parents leave town. It was a Friday morning, and I see on the locker a senior fund drive. Now I went to a little tiny school. They were trying to raise $1,000 to go to Bend, Oregon for their senior trip. And I had an idea. What if I could get them to come out to the walnut orchard, help me? I'll give them a little extra money, and I could pull a few days forward from the following week and sneak out and go see my girlfriend. Well, that Saturday, they showed up. A bunch of seniors showed up, but they also brought their brothers, their sisters, their parents. And all of a sudden, we had an army on the orchard picking the walnuts up. It was the first time since I was a kid I didn't have to touch any walnuts. I just drove around in the tractor and had them throw everything in the back, went to the burn pile, went and got the gunny sacks out, and we dried them and measured them. And then one day the parents, 3 days later, came in and said, we want to buy those walnuts. So all of a sudden the orchard's picked clean. It only took 3 days versus a couple weeks. My hands didn't get stained, and I learned some valuable lessons. And I learned those lessons as a kid. The lesson number one is the more people you throw at a problem, the faster it gets resolved, the more leverage you have to take advantage of the opportunity. The second lesson is the very thing that you could hate doing, if it provides life or benefit or success for others, they'll do it. And the third thing is, because I was a 2.4 GPA and math was my worst subject, I made up a price when the parents asked me how much for the walnuts. And I sold the walnuts for 50% more than we ever sold the walnuts for, because I didn't know how to calculate it, and they were okay paying it. Now, here's the final lesson. They didn't price me on the walnuts because they didn't really care about the walnuts. They cared about showing their kids they were going to be there to help them, that they loved them, and then they wanted to buy the walnuts to generate the revenue so the kids could go on their senior trip. See, all the results of the walnut orchard and that experience had nothing to do with the walnuts. It had to do with people wanting to express and help and spend time with their family. That generated money for me. The very thing I hated generated money for me and my family. And I never forgot about that. So it was a benefit for me, because as I got into my career, I became a sales manager in my early 20s, and I had 25 salespeople working for me, and the power of leverage. Now, why do I bring this up? Grant was talking about $1.67 a minute, $100 an hour to make $876,000 a year, to be in the 1% club. If you're not thinking about the numbers, if you're not thinking about the math, and if you're not talking to people who have actually done it, who have actually mastered it, then what you're going to do is be lost. And I have a saying, confusion always creates failure. So if you're confused about how to do things, you don't take the appropriate actions that create the massive results that are available to you. I have personally watched in my career. In fact, when I started my own business in 26 years old, high school graduate, barely got out of high school, I was told none of the things that I wanted to do, I was qualified to do. But here's the thing, I made my first 100,000 because I set a target. Now I wanted to make my first million. Now what I did is I went out and tried to find business owners who wanted to retire to sell me their businesses, but I had a problem, I didn't have any money.
So I had to convince business owners to sell me their businesses on notes because I didn't have any money, but I knew I didn't want one business. I wanted 100 businesses. So I had another new problem. How do I get the first one? And then how do I build a company that can support 100 of them? Well, that idea, that thought, in order to get big, to expand, pushed me from the age of 26 years old to by the time I was 29 years old, as a high school graduate, voted least likely to succeed in high school, by the way. and I'll tell you, that's why we're laughing. Because here's the deal. I raised my first million after 108 presentations to start that company. I was laughed out of 107 of them. So if you want to know if it's hard to grow and scale and create value and become wealthy, the answer is yes, it's not easy. But when you have a blueprint, when you have somebody who's willing to show you exactly what they did, exactly how they did it, exactly what happened, how they went to the next level, and actually has the results to show you step by step by step, it becomes a lot easier. I bought my first business with that money I raised and parlayed it into a public company that I took public at 29 years old on the American Stock Exchange. I busted all those naysayers at home about what was possible. The thing is, by the time I was 32 years old, I was worth $10 million at 29. By the time I was 32 years old, my private equity group sold my company and I was back to only being worth $250,000. So I had to start over. Now, what's worse? Dreaming about getting to a big number or actually getting there and then losing it? Well, I'll tell you the answer to that. It's getting there and losing it. Because dreaming about it, you don't even know if it's real yet, but actually achieving it and then having it go away, it's pretty painful. So what did I do? I decided I was going to figure out how to rebuild my wealth and do it bigger, better, faster, and more impactfully by learning the elements of starting, growing, scaling, and creating massive value, and then eventually exiting a business. That required me to do a lot of research. And then I started that company in June of 2005. And from 2005, applying the principles I was developing and I was learning to do, and I was getting mentored because I learned to ask phenomenal questions. You know, I think the biggest issue for most people that want to get big and want to have value and want to make a lot of money is they don't ask good quality questions. So they end up getting lost along the way. If you learn to ask great questions and you find phenomenal mentors, examples of what you want to accomplish, and that requires you to know, what do you want to accomplish? I was able to do that along the way, and I grew that business to a $40 million business, generating $2.5 million in profit that I sold for $151 million, 77 times EBITDA, to a $1 billion company, and in 36 months took them from $1 billion to $4.5 billion. How? Why? What did we do? Those would be all logical questions. Some of you may be saying, that's bullshit. Or some of you might be saying, that's not for me. Or some of you might be saying, oh, what's he setting us up for next? Because that's your mindset. And I know that the first day Grant talked about mindset, especially money mindset. See, if you're afraid of making money, if you're afraid of success, the truth is you're not really afraid of that. You're afraid of failure. And because you're afraid of failure and you don't have the confidence in yourself to make the right decisions, you take no action. And what I would like to say to you is this: if you could just change your perspective just a little bit, and I just want to share with you, as a 2.4 GPA, barely scratched my way out of high school, voted least likely to succeed, had many successes and then failures and then successes again. I just want you for a moment to understand that I fundamentally believe if I can do it, every single person can do it. Because there was nothing special about me. I was an average student. Now, I was an above average, attractive man. Just kidding. But here's the deal. There he is again, Mr. Cardone. Here's the thing. You know, I don't know if you guys have noticed, some of you don't even know who we are. This might be your first experience. But let me tell you something. We sure like to make a lot of money working together and having a lot of fun. And I think when you can have fun and you can make a lot of money and you can work with people who want to teach you exactly what they did, well, it makes life a little more interesting and a lot easier to succeed. So when I sold that company and grew the $1 billion company to $4.5 billion, once I was done doing that, I had a new challenge. I had 10 years of research on growing and scaling businesses, looking at all the different methodologies and roll-up strategies and consolidation strategies. And I go back to the first $100,000 I made, and now all of a sudden I accomplished what was a dream of mine, which was to become worth $100 million. And now I had a new issue. How do I go to $1 billion? And that put me on a mission to go find who's worth at least $1 billion that I could complement, that I could work with, that I could learn from, who was doing something that added value to me and my wife, that we could add value back to them. See, I started honing in on exactly what I wanted to do next. And one thing for certain I didn't want to do was lose the money I made by making mistakes. And I will tell you, going back to that place where I lost my money the first time, I was unwilling to risk doing that again. And I'll tell you another thing, fear is a bigger motivator than opportunity. You see, people will not move forward, not risk, for the fear of failure or the fear of loss. And that will be more compelling than the opportunity of gain. And I've seen it tens of thousands of times over and over and over, and I've personally experienced it. So if you're sitting there right now and you're like, what journey are we going on here? How do I make my $1.67 a minute? How do I make my $100 an hour? Now understand that, first of all, the one thing that carried me forward was an enormous work ethic. I wanted it so bad that there was no such thing as a clock. There was no such thing as time. There was no such thing as rules. As long as it's legal, moral, and ethical, I was going to write my own rules. And so when I say $1.67 a minute, I don't just mean for 8 hours a day. I mean every minute, every day. Why? Because if you want it and you want to join that 1% club, you have to do the things that the people that joined the 1% club did. And that takes a few things. And I'm going to share with you what I believe those things are. And then I'm going to get into some of the technical aspect of helping you make your first $100,000. Like Grant said, your first $100,000 if you're not there yet. Trust me, it's just waiting for you to go get it. And then once you get to your 100,000, you're going to start building the momentum. You're going to start gaining the knowledge, because all you need to do to get to $1 million, literally, is go find 10 or 20 people and teach them how you got to your 100,000. See, scaling is when you expand through others. Massive, rapid scaling is when you can transfer knowledge and information to other people. They can succeed at the level that you taught them. Their confidence gets higher, and you're propelled to the next level of success. You just simply need to know how to engineer that mathematically so it works for you and it works for them. And the thing you need to do that is a product or service, or a product and service that supports the mission to grow a business. And I'm going to walk you through some of those examples and people that we've worked with over the last 2 or 3 years that are absolutely killing it. So if this audience is sitting there going, I just want to get to my first $100,000, I want to get to my first $1 million, I want to get to my first 10 million, my first 100 million, or my first billion, I'm going to take you on that journey, and I'm going to make you a promise. Anybody who's interested, dedicated, and wants to fight to win, it's available. And we're going to show you exactly how we do it. So what I want to show you here are the 10 elements that you need in order to grow and scale. See, most businesses are started from the inside out. Somebody has an idea, somebody has a concept, and so they go start their business. But they're not asking the right questions. Like, who's the best example that's accomplished something I've wanted to accomplish? If I want to get in the insurance space, if I want to get in the real estate space, if I want to own an HVAC business, if I want to own a plumbing business, or if I want to own a windows or a siding or a roofing or a medical spa, or if I want to be a lawyer, or if I want to be an accountant, like wouldn't the first place you start with understanding how big you can get is by going and finding some people who have already achieved the target you want to hit? So imagine you're just starting out and you're like, how do I get to my first 100,000? Well, you're not going to talk to somebody who's making $50,000 a year. You're going to go find somebody who's making over $100,000 a year. If you want to make $1 million, you're going to go find somebody who says, yeah, I'm making over $1 million a year. The fastest way to success is model, mimic, and master what you can prove works. And that takes some thinking, and it takes some good questions. Then following that, marketing. Now, I know Grant covered marketing and sales. That's what we do here. Promoting who you are and what you do and why you do it and how you're going to do it and what the impact is, and promoting the opportunity for people to join you and work with you, and then promoting those people up your organization. When you understand how to promote, to grab attention, and Grant talks about a sales being secondary to marketing, marketing being senior to sales. Why? Because you got to know how to go grab attention. Because if you look at the statistics of businesses that fail, most of them fail. 97% of all businesses under $100 million will fail within 10 years. 2/3 will fail in the first 5 years. Why is that? Because as soon as they start their business and they start promoting it and they start getting customers, they start adding employees, they start becoming disappointed that those employees aren't following through, or the customers aren't spending more money, because they quit promoting what's right and they start promoting what's wrong. What you think is what you say is what you do is what you're known for. So if you're under pressure and stress and you have resistance and you start talking about, oh, it's hard to find good people, oh, it's hard to get good customers, oh, people aren't paying me, oh, people aren't happy with what I'm doing, you're going to find more of that, because instead of focusing on solving those problems, you're just communicating about them, and you're going to find more of them, because what you think about is what your brain goes out and finds. The reason I bring this up to you is this is the stuff you're going to learn in this program we've created just for you. We've taken 25 years of my research and the work I've done, combined it with Grant Cardone has done things that nobody on this planet has ever done before. He's the guru in marketing. He is the absolute #1 in sales. Think about it. Being able to promote yourself and convert that, but then you think about what he's been able to do. In the 10th spot, investment thesis. He's created a business where you can give him millions of dollars for Cardone Capital, or you can spend $100 a month to master Cardone U. And we've seen young people come through the system make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year just mastering Cardone U. Just being remarkable at the ability to communicate the value proposition and ask the right questions of people so they can move forward with them. Something every business owner needs. You know, there's 25 of the 31.5 million small to mid-sized business owners in the United States. 25 million work for themselves. The average income of those 25 million is under $76,000. How are you going to possibly attract somebody that wants to make $100,000 a year if you're a business owner and you're only making $76,000 a year? It can't happen. So the only way to attract people that want to build and do more and make more is for you to build, do more, and make more. But then who's helping you? Who's showing you? You need a mentor. You need a system. You need a process that breaks down at the granular level how to set a strategy, how to promote, how to convert those sales, how to operationalize when the promotion goes out and the phone rings, how to answer the phone, how to set the appointment, how to greet the customer, how to convert the customer, how to transact with the customer, how to follow up with the customer, how to get a referral from the customer. That's operations, that's process. And you need a system that shows you how do you generate your money? How do you set your revenue targets? How do you make sure your money works for you and funds the growth of your business so you don't find yourself where I did, where a private equity group sells out from underneath you and you have to start your whole life over. You need to know how to add people, get them aligned. You know, getting great people, the #2 reason these business owners say they go out of business, 97% over 10 years, is first, no demand for product or service. Well, then why start the business if you haven't done that? Secondly, they can't find good people. And third, they can't get financing. Well, look, if you can't create demand for a product or service, you can't expect to hire people that are going to go out and do it for you. And you're certainly not going to get access to money. So if you want to know what companies that have great products and great services where people can make a lot of money, you simply need to ask those questions by being in the right room with the right people who have the data. And the way you do that is to build a relationship with people that you can learn from, that you can put yourself within proximity, that you can have understanding and awareness from. This is what I did in order to succeed. And once I started taking that path of finding people who are living example, asking great questions and ingratiating myself upon them, and then having them be willing to teach me how to succeed. This is exactly why after I sold my business, I went to GrowthCon in 2019, because I was looking for someone who could help me elevate my thinking so that my doing could create the life I wanted. And see, I had massive targets. My targets were to go from being worth 100 million to being worth 350 million within 5 years. Then I want to be worth $1 billion. Well, that required me to find somebody who was worth at least $1 billion, who was willing to teach me to be worth 350 million. But I had to add value to their life. Just like if you're on here right now and you're like, okay, man, dude, listen, you're talking about big numbers. I just simply want to get to my first 100,000. Well, look, remember, 97% of all small to mid-sized businesses defined as under $100 million in size fail every 10 years. The second chief complaint for failure is they can't find great people. Imagine if you could learn the exact process of how to train yourself to generate $100,000 a year working with one of those business owners who had a great product, who has a great service, but they don't have you. And then you take what you've learned and you go to that business owner after performing and doing an amazing job and you say, hey, if I help you 10x your business or 100x it or 1,000x it, can I have a piece of the business if I prove to you I'm committed to helping you? When I sold my last business, my president, first job he ever had, I recruited him right out of college, worked with me for 14 years. When I sold that business, he made $11 million. You don't have to own the business to become wealthy in the business. You don't have to own your own company to make your first 100 grand or your first million or your first 10. You can do that by supporting and helping somebody who has a phenomenal product and a phenomenal service. They just don't have you. And because maybe they're not on this challenge, maybe they're not a part of the Unbreakable Business Challenge, maybe they're not willing to spend the hours to listen to all these speakers. Maybe they're unwilling to invest in the program, time, energy, and money. Maybe they're not willing to do that, but you are. So my question to you is this: if you took one little piece of something from this training, from this whole program we've created for you to go to 100,000, then to go to 1 million, then to go to 10 million, then to go to 100 million, and then go to 1 billion. See, I can get you to 350 million because that's what my net worth is, because I studied and worked with and partnered with Grant Cardone. But I didn't know how to do it by myself. Grant Cardone can teach me to get to a couple billion because that's where he's at. He's in the billions. Now, who's helping you to get your first 100,000? Then your million, then your 10 million, then your 100 million. I can help you do that. And while I'm learning how to get to 1 billion, you can learn how to get to 100,000 or 1 million or 10 million. That's what this system has been built on, because these 10 elements, you need these 10 elements to get to $100 million in revenue. Once you start adding people, the sixth element, now you got to develop your leadership skills. See, managing yourself, leadership's hard enough when you get to the first million, because you got to figure it out. That's one of the hardest parts of business, is getting to that first million. In fact, I'll give you another statistic. 98.2 of all businesses, 98.2% of all businesses under $100 million in revenue are stuck under 3 million. Think about it. If you just went to a business that was doing $2 or $3 million of revenue, and you found the system that allowed you to get to your 100,000, and then your 150,000, and then your 250,000, and you said to that business owner, I'll train 100 employees to do this with you if you make me a 25% partner. Could you imagine that world? Could you imagine that life? Could you imagine how fast you could create leverage? Because 97% of those businesses are failing cyclically. They need you. They need somebody who's going to open their mind, be willing to invest in themselves, then invest in others, and then train, model, mimic, and master what you can prove works. It's the fastest way to success. And that takes leadership. And see, at first it takes me leadership, making hard choices, making really hard choices like how to invest and what to invest in and who to listen to and what to do and how to do it. Those are hard choices because you don't want to fail. You don't want to waste time. You want the fastest way to success. But once you take action and you start gaining momentum, that me leadership to do that, the resilience required all of a sudden gets transferred to we leadership. Like now we're going to start teaching others to do it. See, that's a technical move. And then as the organization grows and scales and you get to 25 million and 50 and 100, it goes to us leadership. And I'll walk you through that in a minute, but now you need data. You need technology, right? By the time you're 25 million in revenue, you're running on 14 different systems. How many systems are you running on when you're trying to get to your first 100,000? Like what systems? What should you be doing and training on to get your first 100,000? What should you do and train on and use for technology to go from your first 100,000 to your million? If you knew the answers to that from the people who do it all the time and have thousands of businesses that have done it, would you just move to success faster? If you're a business owner and you're like, man, I want 100 of those employees that have the ambition and have the desire and have the willingness to do that. They're out there waiting for you to show them your product and service that it works so that you can attract them into your business. But if you can't make more than 100 grand, you're not going to bring people in that want to make 100,000. So success, Grant says success is your duty and obligation. And why is that? Well, for me, when I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, if I have this knowledge and I have this information and I have this skill set and I have this ability and I have this success and the track record, it isn't really a choice at that point to say, I don't want to do it. I have to do it because I have the gift of the ability to do it. Convert your liabilities into your assets. Learn how to make money so you can teach others to make money. And when you do that, you'll make your first million and then your 10 million because most businesses are focused on the what they do, their product or their service. They're not focused on who they do it with and how they do it, which once you get up to $1 million, it's all the game, who you do it with and how you do it. And then investment thesis. Think about this program. I mean, I get paid today. I get paid $150,000 for 12 hours of private coaching. I command that kind of fee to work with business owners because I'm a precisionist. And most people that are willing to pay that really either want to succeed or they have situations or concerns they need to deal with immediately. Now think about this program. I've shot hours of content to walk you through these 10 elements and the breakpoints, to show you how to get to your first 100,000, to show you how to get to your first million, to show you how to get to your first 10 million, to show you how to get to 100 million, and to show you how I've gotten to 350 million, and Grant's gotten to multi-billion, so he shot content. We had all the people that we work with every day across these 10 elements come in and shoot content to shortcut for you the fastest way to success, however defined by you today. And now you have to ask yourself a question. If I'm a business owner and I want to make $25 million a year in revenue, and I want to earn $5 million a year in profit, and I want to have a net worth of $25 to $30 million, am I willing to spend $20 million a year to make 25? Now, of course, logically, you're going to say, of course I would do that. But if you're not making your first 100,000, you're not making your first million, you're not making your first 10 million, or you're not making your first 100 million or billion, then here's a question for you. Would you spend $1,000 to learn to do it from people who are doing it in real time and sharing exactly how they're doing it with you? Because To be a business owner that wants to succeed, the 10th element is investment thesis. Where should you invest your time? Where should you invest your energy? And where should you invest your money that will give you the absolute highest return for effort? And because the whole game of scaling is to take time and money and pull it forward, and then get time and money to work for you. The sooner you can do that, the faster your money compounds for you. Your $1.67 a minute, your $100 an hour. Can you imagine a world where the money that you pulled forward is now generating that money for you while you're out actively generating more money? This is actually the secret to creating a huge net worth. Pulling time and money forward and getting time and money work for you. I'm going to cover these 10 elements in depth, because here's the thing. These 10 elements actually have each 10 elements. There's 100 things by the time you're a $125 million company. There's 100 things that have to be put in place. But when you're trying to get to your first 100,000, there's only 2 things you need to have put in place. If you knew what the 2 things were, would you do it? And if you did it and they made you 100,000 and you only spent 1,000 in cash, you spent some hours in time and you pulled time and money forward, would you ask yourself, was that the best investment you've ever made? That's the challenge I have for you. And that's why we call this a challenge. The challenge I have for you is pursuing your dreams. See, people ask me all the time if law of attraction is real. And I say, law of attraction is actually an algorithm. And when you apply the algorithm, it's real. How does law of attraction occur? Well, first, you have to have law of intention. You have to set your intention, set your goals, and you have to know exactly what you want to accomplish. Then from there, law of action. You have to go out and apply yourself and get results. You have to promote into the universe where you're going, what you want to do when you get there, who's going to come along with you, what the impact is, what the opportunity is. That's what promoting, that's what marketing is. Marketing is nothing more than a promise to go create something in the future and deliver something for somebody else. Go do that. Because when you are intentful and when you take action, lo and behold, you attract. That is materially different than drifting, moving around, trying to figure out how to make things work, no intentionality, no goals, no good questions, getting more of what you already got. We're going to speed that up for you with this program. Let's talk about the breakpoints. So look, I've done 14 years of research with some of the biggest research institutions in this country. And what we researched were thousands of businesses across hundreds of verticals. Okay, perfect. Thousands of verticals, surveying tens of thousands of business owners to understand what works, what doesn't work, how does it work, when does it work, and what happens at different points in time when you start your business, because there's a 5-stage life cycle: starting a business, growing your business, maximizing your business, so scale, okay? That's creating value within your business. Then scaling. Scaling is the rapid expansion of what you can prove works across those other 4 categories. And then exiting. Now here's the thing. Exiting doesn't mean selling. I have so many friends that have exited their roles, exited their responsibilities, and not exited their cash flow rich business. They take millions, tens of millions out of the business and they pour it into alternative investments. So exiting doesn't mean selling. That is a form of exiting. Sometimes it just means removing yourself from needing to do the work you're doing today and empowering, inspiring, and aligning other people to do that work for you. Now let's talk a little bit about your first 100,000. You notice breakpoint 1 is 100,000 to 3 million. And that's because 25 million out of 31.5 million small to mid-sized businesses defined under $100 million of revenue don't even make 100,000. They make 76,000. So the first challenge for 80% of all business owners is to get to the first $100,000 of income. Now here's the thing. If you don't own a business and you can learn to get to 100, 150, 200, think of how many business owners are out there that would love to have you join their team and teach others to do what you learned to do, and you could cut yourself a piece of that deal. Collaboration is the new currency. It's the fastest way to succeed. Find a business that's already got a phenomenal product or service, but they're small because they're, like Gerber says in E-Myth, for 40 years, 70% of all small businesses were started by technicians who are great at doing something, but they don't know anything about building a business. That leaves, of those 10 elements, the whole marketing and sales and strategy and operations and people and finance and all that stuff wide open for somebody to wanting to learn how to apply it to the business. I want to remind you that the first $20 million of businesses that I took ownership of when I started my very first business, they were literally from business owners who didn't want to work and grind anymore. I brought those other elements and the sales process into those businesses and grew them, which created the financial and credibility capacity for me to go raise money to do it across hundreds of businesses. If you don't get started, you don't finish. If you don't understand how to start and what to do next, you end up getting lost along the way. So the reason we created this program is I reverse engineered my 20 years of history of building businesses. Grant's engineered his 20 years of 30, 40 years of history. and we've put them together with the rest of our team and isolated what needs to be in place at where to get you to your first 100,000 on this breakpoint slide. Now, once you learn to make your first 100,000, it's simply understanding the rules, the 3 to 5 things that you need to have in place between 100,000 and 3 million in revenue. It's 3 to 5 things. It's not 50. You don't need to worry about partnerships and ESOPs and CFOs and C-suites when you're $3 million. None of that belongs there. You couldn't afford any of that, even if you wanted to do it. Now, once you get to 3 million, the move from 3 million to 8 million moves, because the first thing in the 100,000 to 3 million is whatever you're doing for your business. It needs to work. That's what needs to get worked out there. What's sad is you have all those businesses stuck. 98% of all businesses under 100 million are stuck under $3 million. Why? Because they're just big enough they don't want to fail, but they're not big enough to get bigger. They need you. Now imagine if you understood that in breakpoint 1, 100,000 to 3 million, you just needed to prove out whatever you're doing, that it worked. And you understood that breakpoint 2 is 3 million to 8 million, and it moves from whatever you're doing that works to adding more people to do more of it with process and leadership. Now, once you do that from 8 million to 15 million, by the time you're 15 million, you need 3 leaders. You need the visionary, someone who's not getting lost in the weeds, that's talking about going to 100 million or 1 billion. You need the manager, someone who's taking care of the details, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And you need the builder, the person that's out pushing and doing sales and marketing. Now, you can be all 3 of those people, but statistically, if you are at 15 million, the collapse under the weight. Let me give you an analogy. Imagine a world where a little guy from Corvallis, Oregon leaves Corvallis and decides, I want to get out of this little tiny town, and I move to Miami and I become a Grant Cardone sales representative. And I train and perfect Cardone U. And I go call everyone at home and I tell them, you know what, I'm doing so well and I was voted least likely to succeed, but I'm killing it. I'm making more money than I ever thought was possible. So I go out and I buy a plot of land. So that's a piece of land right there. And I'm so proud because I'm going to build my first home. And I go and I get with the contractor and I'm going to build this gorgeous 1-story building, this one story structure. But what happens is as we're planning and as we're getting going, all of a sudden I'm making more money than I've ever made before. I'm so freaking excited. I'm calling home and everyone's like, oh, Brandon, we knew you were going to make it. We knew it. We were just kidding, saying you're the least likely to succeed. So, but I'm doing so well, I decided to throw a second story on there. And now I'm like killing it. I got 2 stories. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change my Instagram handle. You know why? Because I work with some guys and I rented 3 of the bedrooms. And so now technically I'm earning passive income on my home. So I'm going to put on my Instagram handle that I'm an investor. I'm building assets. And I keep going. And you know what? I do so well. I throw another story on this house. And man, it's so exciting. I'm loving it. It's so good. And you know what? My school newsletter did a highlight of me 30 years later or 20 years later. Like, this Brandon Dawson finally made it. He's from Corvallis. They put my picture in there. He's building a beautiful home in Miami. And as I'm succeeding, I throw another story on this house. And all of a sudden, my parents are so proud. They're like, Brandon, we knew you were going to do it. My brothers and sisters are like, dude, we never thought you'd do it, but we're happy for you. And all my friends are like, oh my gosh, this is great. And the house is going to get done. I'm going to have a party. And I throw a pool with a hot tub and a cabana and a fire pit on this thing. I'm so freaking excited. Everyone's coming out for my grand opening. We go out there, everyone tours the house. It's amazing. I turn the music on. We start jumping up and down and boom, boom, boom. The music's going, the house collapses. We all die. And I'm back to being the idiot. Now, here's the thing. If you're in the construction world, you know that couldn't happen. Because you have to have architects. You have to have engineers. You have to know, like, can you add stories? Is the concrete thick enough? Do you need to brace around it to add on top of it? Like, there's all these rules because, see, 100 years ago, they didn't have those rules and these houses collapsed or these structures collapsed and they killed people. So they created rules. This describes to you, this analogy, my first business. I went from the guy that was never going to make it to the guy who did all these things, to raising money, ringing the opening bell, youngest guy in the American Stock Exchange, all this amazing press, all this fanfare, only to be the guy known as the guy that lost it all and had 360 employees have to go find other jobs because they didn't want to work for the guys that bought my company. So it went from this unbelievable story and all this amazement overnight. And I'll never forget those days. Because I was at the peak of my career, and in May of 2001, the middle of May, I was at the peak of my career. I just did the biggest contract that was worth tens of millions of dollars a year, and by June 1st, I was told that I was getting kicked to chairman and they're going to sell my company, and they didn't even care what I thought about it. That fast. And I learned a valuable lesson. Things can change quickly. And when you're reckless, well, to be honest with you, if it was my money and I was that institution 20-something years ago and I saw the way I was building my house, I would have sold it too before it collapsed. So in reflection, I can't blame them. But here's a question for you. If this is true for building structures, and you need architects and you need engineers and you need to pull permits and you need to have inspectors and you got to do all this stuff. Here's the question. If you got to do it building a home or building a structure, why don't you do it for your business? And that was my brainchild. If I could build and engineer businesses for business owners to take them to 125 million first, there's 7 break points to go from startup to 125 million in revenue. There's 4 break points to go from 125 million to $1 billion. There's 6 more break points to go to 4 billion. You see, the bigger you get, the less break points. Earlier stage, there's more things you need to do. There's more break points. So it's harder actually to get to 125 million than from 125 million to 250, 450, 750, and $1 billion. So those foundational elements, because if you stack on a faulty concrete pad and you don't engineer around it, you're going to collapse. 97% of all businesses, 97% of all businesses under 100 million fail every 10 years. Some of you are like, man, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of information that doesn't necessarily apply to me. Maybe what applies to you is I just want to get to my first 100K. I want to get to my 250. I want to get to 500,000. And I promise you, I could sit and tell you name after name after name after name of people that we've helped do that. In fact, I had this husband and wife team who took their parents' business over. It was $3 million of revenue. It was in the hardscape, landscape swimming space. And they were sitting in the front row of one of my classes and they were crying. And I said, why are you guys crying? They said, we took our dad's business over. We've had it now for 5-6 years. We do $3 million a year. When we took it over, it was doing $3 million a year, and we pay ourselves $120,000. We now have a family started. We're under so much stress. We're under so much duress. We've always been stuck at $3 million. We only make $120,000. We're working 3 times the hours in this business, and we're frustrated and we're scared and we don't know what to do. That was 36 months ago. Now, I tell you that because the very first year that they worked with us, they went from 3 million, where they had been stuck there since 2006. Their first year, they went from 3 million to 8.5 million. They went from 8.5 million the next year to 20 million. And I just interviewed them a week ago, and they finished 2022 at 33 million. Story after story after story. Here's the thing I'd like to ask you. How many people do you think they have in their organization making more than $100,000 a year? The very amount that they had paid themselves for 14 or 13 years, year over year over year. We have story over story over story, because see, when you grow like this as the business owner, you create the opportunity, the capacity, the ability for other people to hit their targets. I just want to encourage you on this. Your investment thesis to hit whatever target you got in front of you is under $1,000. That's your risk. When I quit my job with a newborn, a 1-week-old girl and a 2.5-year-old daughter, sold everything I had, and I moved from Minneapolis back to Portland, Oregon to start my first company. I had enough money to live on for 7 months after selling everything. And I risked everything. When I started over, I did it again. Hundreds of thousands, every dime I had. Because the thing that was most important to me was the freedom. And I define freedom as doing what you want, with who you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, however you want. That's what we want to bring to you. We put it in a program, the Unbreakable Business Challenge, for under, excuse me, for under 100. Got some water? Yes, that's good. Yeah, sorry, I just choked. We put that whole package, that whole program together for you. Sorry, man, I'm joking. That whole program together for you. See, I get choked up when I think about helping you guys get wealthy. It does make me feel good. I had 100 people over at the office today. These are people we've been working with. They're absolutely killing it. My commitment to you, my promise to you is we're not going to let you down. We're passionate about your success. We're here to help you, guide you. We put the work, the effort, the energy into it to show you exactly how to do it. Now you have to do your part. Thank you. I enjoyed being with you.
Hey guys, hey, really quick, how incredible was that? How incredible was that? I see Johnny Perez getting excited. You want to know why we named this the Unbreakable Business Challenge? There's people who think they know why we named it. That's why we named it that way. It's because of the breakpoints. There is nobody out there like Brandon and Grant actually telling you why 97% of businesses fail. Nobody's telling you that. This is called the Unbreakable Business Challenge because we are committed to 97% changing that number, completely changing that number. Who's saying my business is going to be unbreakable in 2023? Like my business is going to, Amber, I see you. Ustream, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, VIPs. Vivian Torres, I'm committed. My business will be unbreakable in 2023. Now, here's what I want to say before Grant comes up and interviews our guests live, by the way, who's on national television every single week. They're going to be up here in just a second. You're not going to want to miss this because Grant's going to bring the whole 5 days home for you. But I just want to see by show of hands, and guys, scroll a little bit on this, who is committed to an unbreakable business in 2023? Who's committed? And I love how Grant illustrated this even better than I did, so I'll give him some love for that. Who's committed to breaking through the threshold that you're in right now? What being unbreakable means is going to the next level. I remember when I hit this level. I remember, and it took me a lot longer than it should have. And had I known Brandon Dawson and Grant Cardone, it wouldn't have taken me as long. I could have done this in 30 days. Why did it have to take me a whole year? A whole year. And then you break through to this, and I remember this. I'm like, yes, I'm making $1 million. But no, I wasn't making $1 million. I had a gross revenues of $1 million. And then I remember breaking through to here and thinking, wow, the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. And right now, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at. And so unbreakable means you breaking through. Who's committed to breaking through one or two of these this year? One or two of these. Yes, I'm unbreakable, but Pete, I am going to break through. I'm breaking through. Like I get goosebumps on that. I see you guys clapping. I'm breaking through. I want to tell you what. I know we've given you an incredible program, an incredible curriculum, but I believe today the absolutely greatest bonus that we're giving you that cannot be bought is what's coming up on your screen right now. I want you all to put this full screen if you guys don't mind. This is what we call the Unbreakable Business Revenue Breakpoint Masterclass. Brandon Dawson was having some fun with us last night as he said he recorded this in the studio about a month ago. And stay there, guys. Which one of those levels are you wanting to break through this year? Which one of those? Put it in the chat. You see this Revenue Breakpoint Master Series? You get lifetime access to this. I'm not even calling this this isn't even a bonus. This alone, this single thing alone is worth the entire program investment, probably times 10. And you get lifetime access to it. What does Brandon do in this? Brandon walks you step by step in all of those. Those are 5 separate series, 5 separate trainings that as soon as you get through one, you go to the next. And as you get through the next one and you break through, you go to the next. And his goal and his intention is to get you to the point of becoming a $125 million company. That's his intention and goal in this masterclass. This cannot be bought. You cannot find this on the website. Like Grant said, you know, this program will be going up to $3,000 very shortly, and it won't include this bonus. It won't include this. And so I want you guys to me, like there is a $10,000 value on that. And I want to encourage you, come back to me and kind of split screen here. GrantCardone.com/system. And I'm going to bring Grant up here in just a few minutes. GrantCardone.com/system. I'm just curious if you're in the system already, drop the word system. If you're in the system, You can come back to me. If you're in the system, drop the word system. And if you're not, I want to know why. Like, why not? Why aren't you? I'm curious. Because 5 days of unbelievable content capped off by Brandon Dawson today, Bring the Noise. I saw the value day one. I was in. Yeah, you do deserve it for your family. You do. Some of you saying, I'll see you. Okay, but I want to know why. Our team, why not? Because I'm scared. Yeah, I get it. I was scared when I made my first investment. Well, what I want to do for just a couple of minutes is I just want to recap this for you, but I want to do it in a little bit of a different way. And then I'm going to bring our next guest up. It's going to be an incredible day. You see, this week we've been talking about this curriculum. And this curriculum that we've been talking about is all around, how did we create this? Grant said, Jared, Pete, Jeremy, and our entire team, don't create something that's going to take them forever to do. I want the best of the best. Like, they have got to understand money mindset. And they've got to get this, they've got to get their marketing dialed in. I don't care what business they're in. They've got to get their marketing dialed in. The third piece that we've been focusing on is communication. Jared said this, one powerful talk can land you more customers in an hour than you've done in years. And sales. Grant talked about this yesterday and the power of sales and gave you all of the scripts and everything you need to overcome any objection. And I love today what Brandon talked about. How are you going to break through the level you're in and go to the next level? Can we get the full screen on this? This right here. Here is how the curriculum is designed. I haven't told you this all week, and I owe this to you to tell you this. Is the curriculum is designed in a way where each of these segments will take you 1 to 2 hours to complete. You get access to this right away, immediately today. This is the core curriculum. This is what we want you to finish first. Yes, we've given you some unbelievable bonuses, but if you finish this, you will have your unbreakable business plan for 2023. It will set you up on what you need to do to become part of the 1% club. It will set you up to make sure that you're not unbreakable, that you're unbreakable in this crazy world right now. This is the curriculum. 1 to 2 hours a day to complete. And then the second part that I've told you about, and by the way, lifetime access. Lifetime access. The second part that happens that I want you to see is next Saturday, February 4th. We kick this baby off. This first inaugural class kicks off with Grant, Elena, and all of the team. And we kick off the process with the live coaching. We kick it off, and we kick it off with the live coaching. Stay right here with me. The live coaching begins. And what happens is, this is the kickoff day. And then here's what begins to happen. February 6th, Grant leads that coaching. February 7th, Grant leads the live coaching. February 8th, I lead that live coaching. February 9th, Grant leads that live coaching. And February 10th, Brandon Dawson leads that live coaching. Your questions will not only be answered, but your targets will be determined, clear, and submitted to us. Why do we want you to submit them to us? So we can hold you accountable to them. And then on February 11th, we will have a celebration that takes place. And every single student that turns in their Unbreakable business plan will qualify for a bunch of prizes that we will be giving away on that 11th, because our goal and our intention is for you to have your Unbreakable business plan coming out of this. Not only can you, if you can't be there live, are we recording this? We're allowing you to pre-submit your questions if you can't be there live, so we can answer those questions for you. That's the coaching. That's the coaching. And the third part of this, and all of this is recorded. All of this is lifetime access. What happens in 2 short weeks from now, you're done with the curriculum. You've went through the coaching. We've celebrated. And you've got your Unbreakable business plan that's customized for you. Because your plan looks different if you're trying to go from 0 to 100,000 versus if you're trying to go from 1 million to 10 million. And that's what we're going to cover in the coaching. And then the final part, and I'm going to show you a video of this, the final part of this. I'm going to tell you what, there is another, in a little bit, I'm going to show you a video, but there is not another conference in the world like this. February 14th, right? February 14th to the 16th. All of you will join us at GrowthCon virtually. And here's what I already want you to know. You will get to experience the main stage. And Grant's over here telling me about some of the folks who are going to be there, but we're also going to have some speakers that are only for our virtual audience and all of our Unbreakable business students, which are you, to be a part of this. And why is the timing of this so beautiful? Because 3 days prior, we just celebrated your graduation. And 3 days later, your Unbreakable business plan, after you've sat in it for a few days, is going to have you think bigger by being a part of this. This is the big thing. This is the critical thing. This is the thing that drives it all home. And so what I haven't done this week on these 4 pieces is I haven't shown you the technicality of this. Can we get this up, guys? I haven't shown you the technicality of this. That is what's happening. That's what's happening. The curriculum, the coaching, the custom plan, the critical think, and you getting lifetime access to this. Why do we want you to have lifetime access? Because you're going to break through 1 revenue point this year, or maybe 2. Some of you committed to breaking through 2 of them this year. But there's still 3 more to go. And so we want you to be able to rinse and repeat this year in and year out, no matter if you're just getting started, you're stuck right now, or you're trying to scale. That's what we want to do. And so I want to remind you today, grantcardone.com/system, grantcardone.com/system, we have a 1-pay option. And we also have a 3-pay option, a 1-pay and a 3-pay that's available. I want to remind you, some of you asked the question, did I lose any of the bonuses? No, you did not. You did not lose the bonuses. And let's go to full screen here. You did not lose the bonuses. On day 1, Grant Cardone made this a no-brainer. He said, I'm going to give you a $997 credit at my store for one of my live events, so that after you graduate in a couple of weeks from now, you can come to an event. And on day 2, Russell Brunson gave his funnelology masterclass for all of you to be able to get more leads and more sales. On day 3, we gave you the Clarity Execution Workshop and a one-on-one phone call to map out your signature talk so that you have the most powerful marketing tool in your toolbox. On day 4, this was crazy what Grant did yesterday. The Closer's Survivor Guide, plus all of the scripts that you need for networking events, inbound calls, outbound calls, social media, plus every objection you will ever face, you turn to that page and you're able to overcome that objection in the Closer's Survivor Guide. Anybody that's taken advantage through this anytime this week, I know there's been hundreds of you saying, I missed the bonuses. No, you didn't. Because you taking action, you got all of these. And then obviously the last one is our day 5 bonus. The one from Brandon Dawson. Thank you, Brandon, wherever you're at for this. This is something you've never done. This is a curtain that he's never pulled back. The Revenues Breakpoint series that will allow you to have lifetime access to breaking through the 5 different levels of revenues. And so I want to encourage you today to go to grantcardone.com/system. We have a 30-day. This is really crazy to me. We told Grant, let's do a 14-day. The program's done in 21 days. He said, no, I want to give them a 30-day. That's how confident I am. And I loved what Elena said. I'm going to use this all the time now. The origin of the word Grant, that his name is guaranteed. She's known she could always count on him. And I believe the same, not just for me, but also for you. Now, here's the one thing that we're taking away, not the pricing of the system, but this does expire tonight at 11:59 Pacific Standard Time. We are removing the $997 live event credit. That does go away tonight. That is a beautiful day 1 bonus that he gave, because that basically allows you to zero your investment out. Zero your investment out. And so I really want to encourage you, grantcardone.com/system. Don't lose this bonus. Like, don't lose that one big bonus that he gave on day 1. You're going to want to take advantage of that. And I just want to encourage you right now, as we go to a quick video that I want to be able to show you, I'm going to ask you right now to go to grantcardone.com/system. You know this is something, you know you're supposed to do this. You know you're supposed to take advantage of this. And right after this short little commercial break here, we're going to bring Grant up, and he's going to be bringing on our next guest, who you guys are going to, it's going to be a treat for all of you. So go there right now. I'm going to play this commercial, and we'll see you right after this commercial. This is going to show you the power of GrowthCon and the power of those people who invest in themselves.
Our commission went to 30,000 to 50,000, 100,000, all because, like, you know, the techniques and tools and the motivation skills that we were taught. It gave me the encouragement and the power to just go out there and get it done.
The first 2 weeks, I was able to go out and sell 10.47 million, which made me about a little over 200,000 of gross income in my pocket, all from Grant Cardone, becoming omnipresent, hitting everyone in text message, mailers, social media like crazy, every single category. That's what Grant did for me.
In 6 months, we went from 0 to 30,000 a month.
8 short months, close to $900,000 in.
I was broke. I was like at a point where there was nowhere else I could go. That year I made $1.1 million.
I'll tell you, my paycheck was 55 grand a year.
and my husband and I are now making over $1 million in revenue.
Since being introduced to Grant Cardone, the 10X rule, and Cardone University, I went from basically no income to over $100,000 in gross commissions thus far. Probably finished the year closer to $200,000 in gross commissions.
When I first met Grant Cardone, it was in San Diego, California at the Hilton. At the time I was sleeping in my car, I was stressing out, and when I pulled up there, I couldn't even pay to get out when they charged me $30 for parking in San Diego. I just put it on a credit card. Today, it's been a little over 2 years. After Grant Cardone, you and knocking a ton of doors, I'm on pace to do my first $1 million.
Last year in December, making my first 100K month, and now I'm on a run to make my first 6-figure week. And I put that all thanks to Grant. I mean, I put in the action and things, but he's what planted that seed and what's possible.
I was broke. I spent $3 on an audiobook that I was scared of wasting my money on. This year, just a couple years later, we're doing $6 million in business and made $1 million this year. So things can change really fast when you get the right information.
It went from $900,000 to $3.2 million just because he taught me how to scale my business, how to break down numbers. Now we're on pace to do $6 million.
I made about $50,000 a year for a long time, and I was satisfied with that. In less than a year, I doubled my income. I'm set to triple that next year and just go beyond, and that was all because of the team I work with, Rutledge Property Group, and we are a huge part of the 10X community.
How to follow up, how to make the sales calls. I made $18,500 in 26 days, guys. I was making like almost $50,000 a year, maybe 60, but to make a quarter of my income, of my salary in 26 days, I'm so happy.
This is the great secret of my life. The thing that has made me is one word.
We're the boss. Give it up for him. If you want to do business with a boss, you got to be ready to sacrifice it all. Because in the real world, your goals don't give a fuck about your excuses.
Armando Christian Perez, otherwise known as Pitbull.
You can't run a business like a boss. You got to run a business like a leader. Help others grow, evolve, mature.
Thank you so much. Super icon, businessman, and artist, Usher.
Most people say, hey, that's what I want to become. But the truth is, there is no destination. The journey is the destination.
Yo, Grant Cardone, bless up, and the 10X Growth Conference. Thank you for having me. I love what y'all got going on over here. It's big.
The only thing that separates people is their passion.
It's definitely Grant's house, and this is one family right here. We all family.
Epic entrepreneur, Mr. Steve Harvey. I was relentless. You couldn't stop me. I have found my gift. God has showed it to me.
Bethany Frankel. Work hard. Most people don't, so you will crush the game if you work hard.
Damon John.
Poverty of the mind is permanent. Being broke, that's temporary.
Give it up for Floyd Mayweather.
It's not about what you do inside the square circle, it's what you do on the outside as well.
Kevin Hart.
Problems are not problems when you have a high level of understanding and confidence that you're going to evolve.
Kevin O'Leary, give him a big hand.
The backbone of the American life is the entrepreneur that builds businesses and creates jobs.
John Travolta.
Invest in your creativity, invest in your interest, and invest in your passion.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you for that. And I'm so excited. I know Grant's excited to bring up our next guest who is a rock star. And Grant's over here, so excited to be able to interview him. And he has been somebody that so many people in America have been impacted by and touched by. So I'm super excited about that interview. Just a couple of quick things. And I just want to answer some of these because I asked these to you really quickly. John Noble, can we scroll on John Noble really quickly here? Okay, John Noble asked the question, can we use, is the credit get lost if we don't use it tonight? No, if you're in the system, you have access to that credit. You're not gonna lose it. You get to use it in the next couple of weeks, and Grant will be talking about several of the events that are available to you. You do not lose it if you don't use it tonight. but you do lose it if you don't take action on the system tonight. Adele asked, is this system new content of Grant's in there? Grant has not recorded a new program in 4 years. The majority of his wealth has been created in the last 4 years. Think about that, the new program coming out. So Adele, it's all brand new content. Annie asked, what if I can't afford this? That's why we've got a payment option, guys. A powerful payment option to be able to allow you to afford it. There's people who've done the homework this week that have made $1,000 back just from this week. Marcia said, what exactly is GrowthCon? It is an unbelievable business conference. This year, there will be over 25 or 30,000 paid attendees. And it's the most powerful business conference that exists. And one of the things that you're getting is a ticket to GrowthCon with the system. Tommy asked, how can I get the challenge recordings? Those are something that we include for people who are taking advantage of the system as well. Just a couple more that were common questions. This is a big one. And there's been 4 or 5 people on Instagram hit me up. I don't have confidence to do this on my own. That's why you need people who know how to do it. That's why you need people who know how to do it. So I'm really, really excited. GrowthCon is in Las Vegas, February 14th through the 16th. This is a big one. Bobby asked the question, can I start this immediately? Yes, you can go at your own pace and you have lifetime access. So guys, I want to bring back up to the stage, Mr. Grant Cardone.
I got Robert Herjavec sitting there waiting for us, and this guy is a superstar. Robert, how you doing, man?
Been great, Grant. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, dude. Look, I always love spending time with you. Last couple things we did together, people just raved about it, and I wanted to bring you back on for this. If you guys don't know who Robert is, I don't know where you've been, but 14 years, star and executive producer of Shark Tank, owns a big company that does cybersecurity. He's a leader in that field, motivational speaker, best-selling author. I consider Robert a friend of the 10X movement, and dude, just every time I'm with you, you know, one, you just look good all the time. You make me feel good, and you give me ideas about how I can be better. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. Hey, Grant, I love the theme, Unbreakable. You know, it just reminds me, when I was starting out, I didn't know anything. Everybody, when I started a business, everybody said to me, the key to making money is not what you know, it's who you know. In order to make money, you got to have money. So I didn't have, my mom was a receptionist. My dad swept floors in a factory. I was kind of screwed before it even started. But the thing I always remember, and I love the Unbreakable theme, is I failed so many times. I got knocked down so many times. But the thing I always did was, no matter how many times I got knocked down, man, I was the first one to get up. And it's not how many times you fail, it's your ability to absorb failure, get up, and be unbreakable.
So thank you, Robert. So we labeled it, titled it that, because we think that 2023 is going to be a very difficult year for businesses, households, even people keeping their marriages together, because we know when the economy hits and money gets hard, that ends up being something people argue about. Let's talk, Robert. First of all, you're an immigrant. Your family came here from another country, and talk to me about people that have nothing today. They don't have any money. Maybe they got credit cards that they're spinning around and trying to use. What do you tell those people about going forward and building something unbreakable, whether it's great at their career or they're going to start their own business?
Yeah, the first thing I try to tell people is this is still the greatest country in the world in order to advance from where you came from. My dad came to North America on a boat with one suitcase, escaped a communist country.
Wow.
And in one generation, look what I am, thanks to him and thanks to a lot of hard work. So it's not easy, but it can certainly be done. What I try to tell people is life is hard, man. And doing great things is hard. But if you're willing to make the sacrifice, the results are better. Failure is harder. Letting your family down is harder. You know, the one thing, Grant, I've been on the show for 14 years, and one of the great things about being a mini celebrity is you get to meet really interesting, powerful, successful people. I've never met anyone successful who doesn't have a greater purpose than just to make a buck. Now, don't get me wrong. Like my dad said, you want to do great things, that's fine. But first rule, you got to pay your rent, man.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but my thing is, it's hard. It's going to be hard this year. But why are you doing it? Are you doing it for your family? Are you doing it to buy a nicer car? Are you doing it for whatever reason? Because letting the people you love in life hurts more than the pain you're going to go through in order to do great things.
Yeah, so you're saying, my breakdown on that, my little Bayou, what is it, translation of that is, it's as hard, it's probably harder to fail in life than it is to succeed. Would you agree with that it's actually easier to succeed than it is to continually fail?
I think the regret of failure and letting the people you love down hurts more than failure. Because here's the thing for me, Grant, I can't remember, people always say to me, hey, can you give me an example of a time you failed? And I'm like, I can't, because there's been so many times.
Yeah, right.
You know, like the thing is, failure is temporary. It's how you choose to deal with it. But success can last forever.
And then, Robert, why do you think people are so fascinated with the failure part rather than, hey, tell me about your biggest success? Like, why is it that people always go to, like, guys, failing is part of the deal. Like, but
I think pain is hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think we're all motivated by two things, pain or pleasure. Pleasure is temporary, but pain really hurts.
Yeah.
And I think that's the mind shift. You know, you talk about the money mindset. I talk about the performance mindset. Before you can have a successful business, before you can do great things, you got to get your mind right. And a fundamental part of that is you just got to be able to absorb and deal with failure. It's hard.
Yeah. And then your dad told you, like, how important was money to your dad? Why did he make that comment to you? Hey, before you start saving the world or, you know, doing your thing, go make some money.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. That's a great question, Grant, because you would think, I mean, we had no money. Like, when I tell you we had no money, like, I grew up in a little village with dirt floors, the whole 9 yards. And my dad saw so many people fail because they couldn't build that foundation in life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's great to want to do great things, and it's great to dream, and it's great to have goals. But rule number one, you got to pay your rent.
Yeah.
And that's what my dad tried to instill in me, is like, because I wanted to be, you know, an actor, and I wanted to be a TV producer, and I wanted to be a detective. And I didn't know what the hell I wanted to be. But all he said to me is, do whatever you want in life, but build a foundation from which you can take care of yourself and your family.
What were you watching when you were growing up? What show were you watching that you wanted to be a detective in a TV store? Was it Magnum PI?
Of course, he had a Ferrari and he had 2 Dobermans. Right? I mean, how cool is that?
So how important, and you and I have talked about this a little bit, but let's say somebody's out there, they got a job, they're making 60 grand a year. What does marketing have to do with that person? Let's say it's a receptionist making 60 grand a year. He or she works in a great company, and we're talking to them about marketing and how to make more money, but they're like, there's no way I can make more money. My job won't pay anymore. What does marketing and revenue and opportunities and money mindset have to do with that individual?
Well, so I think the first thing is you got to get, you know, I've never met a small business that's in trouble if the entrepreneur doesn't isn't in trouble. Like your mind is your most powerful ally. People always say to me, what do you invest in? Do you invest in the stock market? Do you invest in real estate? And the answer is yes. But you know what I invest in the most? I invest in myself. I try to take care of myself. I try to run. I read your stuff. I'm reading a book about Jeff Bezos right now. I want to learn, right?
Yeah.
Like you never want to stop learning. So that's my first piece of advice. To your point about marketing, life is about scale. If the power of you and your ability to make revenue is always going to be your ability in the time that you have in front of someone, you're always going to be limited how much money you make. Marketing is amplification. Social media is amplification. You know, a long time ago, Grant, a good friend of mine was the global CEO of Hewlett Packard. And I was like 26 years old or something. He came to see me and he said to me, "You're the best salesman I ever met. But here's the problem." And I'm like, "Problem? I'm a great salesman. I don't have any problems." And we looked out my window in my office and there was a hot dog vendor across the street. And he said, "Robert, you're the hot dog vendor. And every person that comes into your hot dog stand, I am highly convinced that you're going to sell them a hot dog and you're never going to be poor. But if you want to create wealth,
right,
you got to scale. It is better to be the guy who sells the hot dogs to all the individual vendors than a hot dog vendor standing on a street corner."
So the story there is,
he laughed, I was like, "What's he talking about?" But that's what marketing is. It's scale. That's what social media is. How do I amplify myself? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Grant.
No, I interrupt you, but basically the analogy there, the metaphor, the straight up, easy, simple is don't sell wieners. Don't be the
or don't sell wieners, be the wiener distributor.
Yeah, be the big wiener.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10x your wiener sales. So, dude,
We're
you know what?
talking about hot dogs.
Robert, I'm doing this a big event, February 14th, 15th, 16th in Vegas. I've never had you at our growth conference. I should have you there. You should come to this one. If we could.
You should invite me.
Dude, let's go.
All right, I'm there.
Okay,
invite
good.
me.
Okay, so we'll figure out what day. I don't know if we got a day open, but we'll figure it out. I'd love to have you. Every time I love working with you. Talk to me about your good looks, man. No, but I'm serious about this. Somebody asked me one day, "Grant, you look like you're getting younger. What's the trick?" I said, "Money." And they're like, "Huh?" I said, "Money, man. Money makes, you get to take care of yourself. You get more time. You got less stress. Like, how do you keep looking so good?" Okay. I don't need the secret tricks, but I'd love to know for everybody here, Mike Allen, Valerie, David. I know that everybody in here is looking at you saying, "Dude, this guy looks better and better every day, every time I see him."
You know, I've done a lot of stuff, Grant. The thing I'm most proud of is People magazine called me the sexiest senior in the world in the latest issue. I mean, I'm really proud of that. My wife keeps telling me she's focused on the senior part, not the sexy part. I keep trying to divert her to the sexy part. Forget this. You know what? Your point is true. Like, money buys you freedom. I mean, I love stuff. Don't get me wrong. I love my plane. I love the cars. I love my business. But I love freedom. I love time with my family. I just try to take care of myself. Going back to what do I invest in? I invest in me, right? The other thing I do, which is kind of hokey, but it works for me, I try to run every day. I hate running. Every day I go and run. In my mind, I mentally play this game. Is there a reason I can't run today? Can I make an excuse that validates not running today? And as soon as I start, I'm like, man, I hate running. This is awful. And halfway through, I want to quit. But you know what I say to myself? There's always this moment in my run where I ask myself mentally, are you a loser? Are you willing to give up? And by the end of the run, I feel great.
Yeah.
And even if on my worst days, all I can do is accomplish that one thing, I feel great. Because I feel like if you're hard on yourself, life will be easy.
Somebody's sitting in here right now. Let's go back to Robert Herjavec, 22 years old, no money. You got a credit card that's tapped out most of the time. You're in front of me for the first time, and I'm telling you, Robert, this is the way out. Okay? Does that Robert in that financial situation that has the desire to do something bigger with their life, that knows they lack the education or information or the strategy, would that Robert borrow money to get that information? Or would you wait until you got the cash to do it?
I would. Well, hindsight's perfect, right, Grant? I mean, absolutely. But the funny thing is, I remember this as clearly because the great divide in America today is not money, it's education and access to resources. Like when I was growing up, I didn't know anybody who had ever started a business, knew anything about business. So how do I get that? So when I was 22, me and 4 of my friends wanted to go to a seminar about, how to expand your mind, how to do like all the stuff that you're talking about. Like I was never exposed to people like that. Here's the thing. I wanted to go to the seminar. 5 of us registered to go. I was the only one who went.
Wow.
You know what my 4 friends said to me? Oh, they're not going to teach you anything that you don't know, blah, 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 all this other stuff. And they didn't go. And absolutely, I would do anything in my power in order to expand my mind. Because here's the thing. Once my mind got expanded, once I saw what was possible, nobody wants to go back. Like nobody in life ever gets to a level and says, I want to go backwards.
So those guys that did not roll with you, where are they today?
I'm sure they're super nice guys, but they're not living this kind of life, right? They don't, you got to have the courage to be yourself. You got to have the courage to expand your mind, and you got to have the courage to put yourself out there. When I bought a bunch of businesses in my lifetime in my space, one of the tricks I always ask when I meet with entrepreneur, I say to them, what's your goal for next year? Great entrepreneurs write it down and have a very specific goal. Bad entrepreneurs, you know what they say to me? Well, we hope to do better. I hope it's better than this year. I'm like, man, have a goal, write it down, go for it.
And then Robert, how important is it being around? I mean, let me ask, let's just go back. Is there any investment you made in how old are you, Robert? Now you got me curious about how old you are.
Well, I'm 60. I just turned 60.
Man, I hope I look as good as you when I'm your age. And then
Grant, aren't you older?
And then you guys in the chat put who's the sexiest man between me and Robert?
Well, I think People Magazine made that call, Grant.
I know. Yeah, you're right, Robert. You're right. Okay, you got me on that. All right. Let me see. When you look back and you were strained financially, do you regret at any time putting yourself at financial risk in order to meet the right people, get with the right people, and get the right information?
No, man, never. Because it's your mind. Anything I've learned and been associated with great people has always expanded my ability to dream, my ability to see what life can be. My biggest problem, Grant, as an immigrant, is I didn't understand what good looked like. Now you show me good, and then you tell me a way to get there. Guess what's left? My desire and ability to work hard. And I've never friggin' had a problem with that. So, but the first part is, I got to know what good looks like.
Right. Yeah. Good looks.
Well, just anything. Like, what's a good business? How do I expand? What's the formula?
And I think we don't, if you look in different communities, you look in the black community, the brown community, the way I grew up in a poor white community, you don't see examples of success. You don't see, what I saw around me was the guy that worked at a refinery and earned $16 an hour. And that was a big deal, man. That was money. Or the guy that built a house. Right. My uncle was building a house. Oh, it was hard work. Okay. And then, in the black community, it's obvious that people are like, oh, I'm gonna be a rapper or a ball player or a football player. And people get attracted to these examples, but we forget. Nobody taught me, hey, look, man, study millionaires, study people that have been successful, not just once and made it, but study those examples are everywhere. How important is it, Robert, for people to study the right people that are currently doing the game, not maybe somebody that's 100 years ago, because we have a new economy, things are different. How important is that studying of the example?
Study success. When I went to high school, when I graduated, there were 60 people in my graduating class. 45 of them became police officers because there was a guaranteed income and they had a great health benefit plan. So, I went to my dad and I said, I want to start a business because I didn't know anybody. My dad was successful. He worked hard. So my dad brings a guy from the factory for me to talk to him. I'm talking to the guy. I realize he knows nothing about business. The guy leaves. I say to my dad, why was I talking to him? He knows nothing about success. My dad looks at me and says, Robert, you got to picture this in an accent, right? My Eastern European. My dad says, Robert, you idiot. He's the most successful guy. Grant, you know why he's the most successful guy? He had more seniority in the union than my dad.
Right.
So if a layoff happened, that guy wasn't going to lose his job. My dad was going to lose his job. So how do I go from that to starting a business, running a business? I started reading about people that are successful. I started trying to meet people that are successful just for a moment, just to be around them, right? There's a great saying that you are the product of the 5 people you hang out with in life the most. And, people misunderstand that. They mean, oh, you got to hang out with 5 super wealthy, rich people. No, man, you just got to hang out with people who have the same mindset as you. There is no room for negativity in my life. Every day you wake up, there's a million reasons to find why life sucks. I don't want people like that around me. I want the people that wake up and say, life is great. I am blessed to be on this earth. What am I going to achieve today?
Excellent advice. What do you see going forward? Do you spend most of your time in Canada still, Robert?
I spend a lot of my time in Canada. I'm in California right now. I spend a lot of time in the US, obviously. I love California.
I know you do. Where in Cali are you today?
I'm at my beach house in Newport, California.
Okay. So talk to me about the economy this year. We have, 11 months left? What do you see happening with real estate, service businesses, the auto business, maybe if you can speak on some of those? We got a bunch of people here that are in plumbing, HVAC, roofing, and even multi-level marketing, and a lot of real estate people here.
So I think this is a very unique economy, Grant. We've never seen something like this. Normally, when people talk about a recession, you have very high unemployment levels. We're seeing very low unemployment levels. So people have jobs, but there are cutbacks in certain sectors. The biggest economy that's being affected right now is the tech sector, the one I'm in. Now, I'm fortunate, I'm in a niche of it, cybersecurity, which is still growing. But a lot of tech companies overexpanded during COVID, and now they're cutting back. Look at Microsoft, even Google, and all these other companies. But, it depends which sector of technology you're in. I love real estate, as you know, and I see prices continuing to go up for the right properties. I think in general, prices are going to stabilize, but for valuable properties in the right area, I still think they're going to go up. The Bank of Canada just raised interest rates again. but only by a quarter point. So I think we're going to see a slowdown in the growth of interest rates. I think they're going to go up a little bit this year, but nothing like last year. I mean, let's be real. Even at 5 or 6%, these are historically low mortgage rates. So I think people that are going to buy homes aren't necessarily going to be affected by that. I think people that were leveraged are going to be, your interest rates are way up. Cars are still expensive. I think that industry is going to continue to do well. And I think home improvement will continue to thrive because people want to stay where they are and improve their homes.
So when you say, you like real estate, you got this kind of look, this little glimmer in your eye. Why do you like real estate as an investment?
Maybe it's the immigrant in me, partly because it's real, it's tangible, partly because it's one of the few capital assets that can get me a return. There's a level of stability I feel with it. There's a level of safety I feel with it that I don't feel in my other investments.
Do you think, Robert, and I appreciate your time today, and if any of you have questions for Robert, if you throw it in the chat down here, I'll see it and I'll try to serve it up to him. As we wind down here, somebody's got $5,000 left. They come to you and say, Robert, what should I invest in right now? Should I invest in stocks, real estate? Is there some good investment or idea that you have? What would you tell that person?
Well, to our earlier point, the first thing I would tell them is invest in yourself, get all the knowledge on how to do this, like expand your mind, get the training, get the knowledge. So let's assume you've done that. What would I invest in next? I love real estate. I mean, I would invest in some kind of a real estate forum where I could get to be part of a large multi-tenant rental return, because I don't think rents are going down. Look at rents across all areas, New York, most places. That's the other thing I think is going to happen this year, Grant. I think rents are going to go up. So people don't understand. They think if I've got $5,000, I can't afford to get into real estate, but there's lots of forums in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, and you know what I'm doing at Cardone Capital. So, and that's what Robert's talking about. He's like, you go in with someone in a big complex. He also made a reference to the better properties. Guys, particularly in a down cycle, you do not want to be in anything that's questionable real estate. That's what gets hit the hardest. That's what you see in the headlines. That's what ends up in foreclosures. The good stuff almost never goes back to the bank.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Grant, it's such a great, people always want to get a bargain. A bargain on a bad property is not a bargain.
Yeah.
Those are the properties, like you said, end up in foreclosure.
Yeah.
I have no problem in paying the right price. I would much rather pay for something that I think is going to go up, pay a little more, and get a deal on something that's going to go down.
Yeah, and what are you looking for? Are you looking for the passive income while you wait for it to go up in value? You're just looking for hey, just give me a drip of income? You're happy with that?
I love the passive income along the way. I also love the capital appreciation. That's another thing about real estate that's so unique. You can make income along the way, and it's going to go up. A friend of mine who's a big real estate developer said to me, if you can hang on to real estate, you will never lose money.
That's right.
Like over a 10-year period, whatever you buy, it's going to go up. So you've got the capital appreciation, you've got the drip of income along the way.
What do you say? I see some people talking about equity in their homes. What do you see people doing? They got a bunch of equity in their homes. Should they be paying their house down to zero and maintaining that they have, no debt at all? Or should they be tapping into some of that equity to make sure their business scales and grows in 2023?
I think it depends where you are in your life cycle. It's very romantic to have no debt, but you need a certain amount of capital to invest in order to grow. And the thing about being an entrepreneur, this, it's the only job that has no limit on how much money you can make. And it sounds great, and it's risky, but it's unlimited potential. So you've got to start somewhere. So I'm a big believer that until you get to a point in life where you're super safe and you're super happy, I don't think about paying off all my debt until I'm at that point. My mindset since my 20s has always been investing, a little bit of capital, invest. Now, I'm not going to take out a huge amount of chunk of my equity and put my family at risk.
Right.
It's about controllable risk, right? Like people don't understand that. They're like, oh my gosh, I gotta jump off the cliff. I don't know what's at the bottom, but man, I'm like, no. Walk down the cliff and see how deep the water is before you jump. Controllable risk.
Yeah, exactly. Controllable risk. So did you make any plays in the Bitcoin stuff the way your buddy did over there, Kevin?
No. And
you left it alone?
I left it alone, but only because I'm one of the biggest people in the world in cybersecurity, and Bitcoin is the way that hackers get you to pay for ransomware. So it's how criminals in my space get paid. So just morally, fundamentally, I can't invest in something that hurts our customers.
Yeah. So, but when you were hearing about it, I'm sure he was banging on you every day. Hey, Robert, you got to do this. You got to do this, right? Was there a little FOMO going on? Like, I'd like to, or were you like, this isn't my deal?
It's not my deal. I
mean, if you weren't in cyber, would you have played there?
No.
Yeah.
No. Too risky for me.
Yeah. That's where I was. I'm like, hey, you know what? I might miss a big party here. Maybe there's a lot. Talk to people about, hey guys, you're going to miss all these great opportunities. Does that matter though, Robert, if somebody's paying attention to one or two that they can control and they know are going to win?
Yeah. Life is about fundamentals. You know, the smaller you are, the poorer you are, the less privileged you are. You know what you need to be? You need to be more focused. When I was in my 20s, you know what I wanted to do? Everything. Man, I woke up one day and I want to do this and I want to do that. And I wanted to invest in real estate. I wanted to invest in stock market. I was all over the map. And I got into cybersecurity at 21. And I said, you know what? I'm going to be the best at this. The smaller you are, the more focus you need. True in business.
Love that. Love that. What time do we have, Robert? Give me a time. Give me a time. I saw that. Okay. What date? Let's get a date for him. Okay. Give me a date in the calendar. What date?
It's like we can have him on day 2.
Okay, so that's the 15th.
Yeah, day 2.
February 15th. We're going to make this deal right here live. February 15th. What time?
I have a morning slot available.
Okay, and so you guys are the only ones in the world that saw this deal take place right here. This is what happens when you connect with people. You connect with people. See, what Robert does is Robert edifies me, I edify Robert, and Robert and I together I'm gonna get a part of his audience that knows and trusts him. I'm introducing many of you guys, you only watched him on ABC or CNBC, but now you spent time with him. How important are those experiences, Robert, to be able to have that you can know, hey, I met somebody, I hung out with somebody, I spent time with somebody, I studied somebody. And then number 2, how important is it to collaborate with people that you can do things with?
Well, life is energy, Grant. And, you know, there's not to be esoteric, because I'm not a super feely, fluffy guy.
Woo-woo guy.
But life is energy, man.
Yeah.
Like you either tap into positive energy or you tap into negative energy. And it's really true. And I'm not a big, just imagine it, you don't have to work hard. But look at you. Like, you are energy, man. Like, I spend a half hour with you. I'm going to get off that call. You know what I'm going to feel? I'm going to feel energized. You amplify my energy.
Oh, nice.
The more time I can spend with people that amplify what I am, the better off I am. And anytime you can collaborate, I love the way you said that. It's about getting other people's audience. That's the thing that people miss about social media, is they don't realize that every person you collaborate with, you increase your audience, to use your terms, tenfold, because you're getting a portion of that person's media.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Talk about the dollar. Okay, I know everybody's worried about that we're going to get rid of the U.S. dollar, and I know you like it better than the Canadian dollar, but what should people be concerned about this political agenda, New World Order? We're going to get rid of the U.S. dollar. Talk to me.
No, we're never going to get rid of the US dollar. It is the greatest country in the world to do business. It really is. And yeah, there's a lot of problems in the United States. There's a lot of challenges in the world order. But man, if you had to raise a family and have safety, what country would you want to live in? Now, I'm a little biased because I grew up in a country where they had people with guns and tanks rolling down the street. So, you know, for me, my dad wanted to come to America because the streets are paved with gold. Is it harder than when my dad came here? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard. Like, it's hard. It's always hard to do great things. And today is no harder. So no, I don't think the dollar is going away anywhere. I think it's challenging, but we're going to maintain our position in the world.
Yeah, and even if it did, like, we're going to go to something. There's going to be some currency, and the valuable thing to me is people. You know, just having this interaction with you, it makes, I do get your energy. I get that. Like, to me, that energy, the possibility to see you as an example of a guy that's on TV. You know, I don't know if you know this, but I tried to get Damon to get me on Shark Tank like 6 times. And every time they'd be like, nah, he's a sales guy. Nah, he's a marketing guy. Nah, he's a real estate guy. And Damon would be like, dude, this guy's good TV. Man, I'm telling you, have him. Somebody over there doesn't like me, Robert. I hope it wasn't you.
Wow, no, you'd be a great guest shark.
Yeah. All right, look, Robert, you're awesome. I booked you. Our goal was to get Robert Herjavec booked for the 15th, February 15th, 10X Growth Conference. He's going to be there. Any final remarks about 2023?
I think it's going to be a great year. I think it's going to be challenges like every year. I just want to give a shout out to your whole audience, Grant, because people that are on this call did something that very few people in the world do, is they took the first step and they made the effort. So congratulations, because you can't do great things unless you start the journey. So I'm a big believer in that.
Thank you, Robert, man. 10X everything, my brother.
Thank you, guys.
I'll see you in February.
See you in February. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Huh? Was that good or what? Thank you, Robert. Oh my God. Huh? Okay, I have 2 index cards of notes here. These were not for my notes, but I mean, like, what I walked away with here, man, study examples. He loved the unbreakable concept to become unbreakable. Hang around successful people. You can start from zero and still end up someplace. His dad told him to make money, to have that performance mindset. The mind's the most powerful thing. How many of you took notes? How many notes did you get? This is what I do when I get around successful people. I study them. I learn from, I write the system down. I'm like, I want that system, okay? I want the system. I want to know how to do it. Now, some of that is just inspirational. Would you guys agree? You're like, oh God, I feel better. Now it's like, how do I put some meat on the bones? How do I actually do something with that? We've been here, what? How many days now? 5 days. 5 days. I'll bet you, what percent of what you've heard in 5 days do you think is just that piece of paper right there? Blank. Okay, what percent, everybody just throw down, what percent do you think is already lost? You got 15%. What do you think you've retained? 90% gone, 50% gone, 70% gone, 154% gone? Possibly. Okay. 65 gone, 30 gone, 40 gone. Yeah. And that's the shame when things end. Okay. As we come to an end here. I want to spend some time with you recapping, if you guys give me permission. My team didn't plan on doing this. This is when I was supposed to end. How would you guys like me to recap the entire 5 days right now and put the woo-woo voodoo on you? Okay. The Grant Cardone Bayou style. Okay. Yeah. Put voodoo woo-woo in the chats if you want me to boil it down for you. and bring you home to the voodoo woo-woo in the bayou. All right, good. Yeah, that's great. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Also, I want to tell you, because there was a bunch of comments before I brought Robert up about how you use your credit. If you guys could write this down, or we got a calendar, maybe we can show it to them. Leadership Essentials. There's a bunch of you have already used your $9.97 credit for the Leadership Essentials in Miami on 1/28. That's what, next weekend or this? Oh, okay. So that's happening right now. Also, Finance Essentials in Scottsdale. This is a 2-day workshop. Many of you have used that already for our Scottsdale Financial Essentials. That's February 4th to the 5th. This is going to tie into what you missed, or what into my tying it all back together. 10X 360 platform review. A number of you have used your credit for that. It's in Miami. What's the date today? No, that's a bad date. Sorry, gone. It's already sold out. 10X Stages, can't do that one. 10X Stages in Miami though is March 6 to 7. You gave me bad old dates. Okay. All right. 10X Marketing Workshop. Everybody should do this workshop. Everybody. You got to learn how to market. You know, when I told Robert, like Robert's on TV every day. How many followers does Robert have on Instagram? Okay, he's on TV every day, folks. Every day. CBS, CNBC. He's got 760,000 people on Instagram. How many do I have today? 4.2 million, I think. So it just goes to show you don't have to be a TV star to do this. And by the way, you can't tell me that I'm not sexier than Robert. It just ain't true. It ain't true. It ain't true. His wife, I guarantee you when I get in front of his wife, she's going to be like, Robert, he gets the check mark. Okay? Keep it real. Okay? 360 platform review in Scottsdale. This is where we go into your company and we actually do a review of your entire company and every department and how it's scaling. That's in Scottsdale, March 9th to the 10th. You can use your credit for that. 10X Sales Workshop. You guys remember that stuff I was sharing with you yesterday? Some of you are like tripping out yesterday over that. If you missed yesterday, make sure when you get the system that you get the recording of the 4th day. It'll be in there. Make sure you get that, because yesterday was like 90 minutes of just pure freaking lightning and thunder. 10X Sales Workshop. We'll do 2 days of that in Miami on March 10th and 11th. Now I'm just going to bring you through March. We do this stuff every month, March, April, May, June, July. So if you can't get here in March, you can definitely do an April, a May, a June, a July, August, September, October. Anytime this year, you can do these workshops. 10X Stages, virtual. You don't even have to travel for this one. This is on 3/12 to 3/13. I think they're going to show you this entire schedule here. 10X Stages, Arizona. This is live. You're on a stage. You actually get to work out your pitch with Pete's team. This is March 15th and 16th. Again, this is just the next 3 weeks, folks. We have all year of this. We do 150 live events a year. 10X Business Boot Camp. Write this down. This year, you have to go to one of these, okay? This is 3 days live. There's about, 700 people, 800 people there. Phenomenal workshop. A lot of role playing on marketing, role playing on texting back to a customer to do follow-up calls, cold calls. We literally do cold calls in the room. 10X Business Boot Camp. And that one's going to be in Arizona, March 17th, 19th. We'll have 5 more of those this year. Real Estate Summit. You listen to Robert talk about real estate. I do a real estate summit. How many of those we do a year? 4? I think we kicked it up to 4. 3. We're only doing 3 this year. Real Estate Summit. There's about 2,000 people there. I do the entire 3 days. It is, if you guys want to learn how to build a real estate portfolio and become a super wealthy real estate investor, I know how I've done it. And what I do in that workshop is show you exactly how I started with no units and how I scaled all the way to 12,000 units. That's on March 24th through the 26th. I don't know how we are on availability of that one. So that deal will sell out. Now on these credits, guys, once we're sold out, we're sold out. These are physical events. So like on this stage, I can only put so many people here. So if I offered everybody to come to my stage right now, and I said, look, it's free, come to my stage at some point, you're gonna get on the stage and I'm gonna be like, hey, I can't take any more people. So understand that on these credits. Real Estate Summit, Miami, Florida, 324, 325, 326, phenomenal. This is been worth millions of dollars to people. Let's see, last one. Leadership Essentials Workshop, April 1st, April Fool Day. If you don't learn how to become a leader, you're a fool. And by the way, there's no such thing as a barn leader. You learn how to be a leader. So that's just through April 1. I didn't give you guys the rest of the calendar, but yeah, it goes away tonight. The credit goes away tonight. So let me just tell you guys what happens, okay? So we made you guys an offer. I'm not gonna, it was $9.97, and then I said, I'm gonna give you a $9.97 credit to use in my store for any of our live events, okay? I need more of these guys. Don't we want to pick that up because I don't want somebody to slip on it. So basically you zero out. Now you get a tax write-off on this. I don't care what country you live in. You're going to get a tax write-off on the $9.97 because you paid $9.97. You do not pay income on the credit I gave you. You basically just travel to the event with your credit and we're good to go. But you do need to reserve, this so we know you're coming. If you happen to not be able to make it, you reserve it and you can't come. That's not my goal, by the way. I want you to come. Please don't have an empty seat in the room. Then we're going to get you to the next event. We're going to take care of you on that, okay? What Pete is saying is this ends tonight. This credit goes away tonight. We're going to take that off the program. Brandon's, what's that beautiful, man, program that Brandon's doing? The revenue series that Brandon is doing, that goes away tonight. The sales, the sales and rebuttal program that I gave you guys yesterday is $2,500. That goes away tonight. So we're not going to keep all that up there. Now you can do it, take advantage of it right now and take advantage of all those offers. I'm telling you, we're going to take it down because what's going to happen in the future, I'm going to rebundle this entire event. I'm showing you guys exactly how I build systems out, how we built a business. What we do is we come market to the world. We build a big database. I think we have 400,000 new names, 400,000, 450,000 new names that came in for this free event that we did. If you guys think you got a lot of value here, write a 10X in the chat. Okay, so this is what we did. I'm going to show you behind the scenes how we marketed this, and then I'm going to recap what you missed over the last 5 days. So what we did was we marketed a free event. That built an email list. 500,000 plus people. Okay, there's 13 million people that will end up seeing this. This is our target, to have this seen by 13 million. Our first strategy over the last 90 days was to build a list. Hey, what do I got to call this thing? I need a title, okay? We're going to call it the Unbreakable Business Challenge. We don't know if we got the title right or not. Herchevek thinks we did. He liked it. I don't personally love it, but the people responded to it, okay? So I'm giving you guys little tips right now. You should be writing notes right now about how to build an offer out. That's what I'm showing you. The offer was free. Thanks. Okay, it didn't cost anything. In fact, it cost us millions of dollars to build 500,000 people on this list. Huh? It doesn't matter what it costs us, right? Because you don't have to spend money. Like we could have built part of this list without spending a lot of money. Okay, now why am I building it? I will spend money to do this. I will spend money today to build this list because I know it's worth it. You don't have to spend money right now to build a list. You might not have money. The first 8 years I did this, I did not have money to spend, nor did I have the courage to spend because I didn't know if I could convert it. Once you're confident you can convert it, if you knew for sure these 500,000 people would convert to more than you spent, you would borrow the money to do it. Everybody agree? You would. You'd be like, hey, man, I know for sure. But the first 8 years, Joshua, I didn't know that I would convert. And because I didn't know I wouldn't convert, I wouldn't put my money where my mouth is because I wasn't confident. All right? See, NBC is confident in Shark Tank. They're more confident, ABC's more confident in Shark Tank than the Sharks are, because the Sharks aren't paying to produce the show. ABC is. Who's more confident? You get it? You understand what I'm saying? I didn't have confidence right here, so I didn't spend money. I spent energy. Robert talked about energy. Dude, I got energy. I pick up energy from you. Energy is money. Wherever the attention goes, the money goes. Right? Remember that? Money follows attention. Watch what's happened. I get a bunch of attention. I get a bunch of glitter over here. It's a Chanel bag. It's a beautiful Chanel bag sitting in a window in Paris, okay? Right in the best location. And people are walking, smoking cigarettes. And oh, no, the Chanel bag is beautiful, okay? And boom, some lady's like, oh, that's a beautiful bag. And it's got a bigger price, okay? So they walk in and they buy the Chanel bag. And they got a big line of people. Money follows attention. You understand? Makes no sense for anybody to pay $20,000 for one bag, but they do it. Money follows attention. That's a marketing. Now they had to lease that place, big lease. They had to build a Chanel name. They had to build product out. They had to spend a bunch of money in advertising. They had to get the right people to see it, but it was attention. Let me bring you my version of a Chanel bag. I'm a guy looking. I want to go. I'm Louis Curtis. I got a shaved head, no name, no money. Okay? And I have no marketing. I have no money to do any marketing. So what do? I find a guy that's in business and I say, bro, if you front the marketing bill, I'll do the marketing. Can you show that piece, Johnny, where I'm in the street? This hustle, man. You guys that are broke, what you need to break is your excuses. You guys that are broke, you need to break your excuses. Okay, you need to break your excuses. You need to go to excuse poverty. You do not have the latitude or the option or the luxury to have excuses. You guys got to knock this off. You see this right here? I'm hustling a corner.
Stock market dropping, to my kids that are sick from the coronavirus. Luxury. Everything is competition, not the store across the street. It's not the other mattress company. It's everything. Right here, right here, right here, right here, right now. That's right. That's right. Come to daddy. It's like my mama used to tell me, squeaky wheel gets you all. The masters of the universe know. You got to promote. Like your style. I'm not exactly sure what Lewis is doing.
So what I'm doing right there is I didn't have any money. The whole show was based on the premise, Grant, you don't have any money. So what did I do? I looked for somebody that had money. I didn't look to sell something. I'm telling you guys exactly what the last 5 days has been about. First, I have an idea. The idea is so strong to me. I'm going to go build $1 million business in 90 days. That's the idea. Like it all starts right here. This is not a pipe. It's a pipe dream that I got to make into a reality. The Velcro was an idea. Okay. Tennis shoes were an idea. Somebody had an idea. I'm going to build a shoe for a guy to walk around in. You guys take these things for granted. Then somebody had to market putting leather around a foot. So marketing, we had this idea, okay, we're going to market it. We're going to have an email list. It's going to be Unbreakable. It's going to call it Unbreakable. It's going to be 5 days. Okay, I need the content for 5 days. I'm going to show you that here in a second. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. These are gimmicks to build that list. You understand that, right? Now, yes, the fact that it's a gimmick does not mean that it's bad. It means, what was that steak, Brandon, me and you had last night? A cab rib or something? Rib cab, okay? Or the big T-bone, the big Tommy Hawk. That's a gimmick. You understand? A book is a gimmick. Does that bother you guys when I say it's a gimmick? Does it sound like a terrible thing? It's a book, okay? It's a book for kids. Why do I want a book for kids? Because it builds a kid's audience. And I'm trying to save the world. And if I'm trying to save the world, I can't show a kid this book. He's tired of books like this. Now my daughter's read, I don't know, 140 books or something. She's only 13, maybe 150 by now. She eats books. But most kids are scared of those kind of books. In fact, I know adults that won't read this. We've sold more audio copies of the 10X rule than we did books. It's a gimmick, okay? We've sold more video series of the 10X rule than we have books or audio. It's a gimmick. Vegetarian is a gimmick. You understand? This jacket, the plaid, the inside 10X, that's a gimmick. Everything basically, makeup is a gimmick, okay? These are, we call them products or services, but they're designed to get people's attention. A massage is a gimmick. I could have massaged myself. I was getting a massage the other night. She started doing my fingers. You know how they do at the end of the massage? You masseuses out there, when you do my fingers, I can do my own fingers. I need you to do my hamstrings, God damn it. Okay, watch. We're gonna build this thing out, right? Okay, hey, Jared, we're gonna do 5 days. We gotta have some content here. Who's gonna do what? Oh, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do mindset on the first day because people are screwed up in their heads listening to the vaccine, listening to the government, listening to 5 people killed or 5 policemen, abuse a kid in Memphis last night. Bad news everywhere, man. You can't have money, you can't be rich, you could lose your job, inflation, don't know how to save money, people are terrified. So we got to fix that. Then we got to fix marketing so that you guys can market something. Okay? How many of you would like to market? You'd like me to be your marketing guy at your company? You're like, yeah, I kind of would like that. How many of you'd like for me to be your spokesman at your company? Man, bro, you blew on my deal, bro? Then we make some money together. Okay, that's what you guys were saying. By the way, you would share that money with me. So that's what we're sharing with you here. This day was on sales, communication, and then scaling. Okay, I actually got one of those because we reversed the order of a couple of them. However, my point for you is when we built this, it built a list of 500,000 people. Now, a handful of you guys are going to be smart enough to take advantage of the offer. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you today. Out of this 500,000, a tiny percentage of people are going to take advantage of grantcardone.com/system. grantcardone.com/system. That website will not exist in the future. A tiny percentage, okay? I don't know, 1%, 2%. Tiny percent of everybody that registered, 1.5%, 2%. We don't really care. That's why I said, hey, let these people pay $9.97, and then I'm gonna give them the $9.97 back in the form of a credit. Everybody's like, why? I said, bro, we don't need to make money off this audience, okay? I wanna make money in the future off of this audience. I have 495,000 people that registered and didn't come to this. Robert made a reference to that. 5 of his buddies wanted to go to a seminar. They all agreed to go to it, and only one of them showed up. Robert Herjavec. Most successful guy that those 5 people know. And now I'm hanging up with him. You know why? Because I showed up. I always show up. Number 1 rule of success. You want to write this down? Number 1 rule of success. There is no rule even close to this one. Always show up. Okay? Number 2 rule of success. Once you show up, show up. Brandon talked about intention. I'm going to get in a room and I got a target. See, a lot of you guys, you and I have not even been taught how to be in a room, man, how to get attention. Most of us have not even been taught how to send a gift out to someone and make sure the person got the gift, the chocolates or the nut bag or whatever, that the person got the gift and that something happened because of it. It doesn't even get delivered most of the time to the right people. I get gifts every day. People send me a gift, forgot to put their damn name in it. I'm like, who's this from? Man, this is beautiful. This is phenomenal. Right? So look, what I'm trying to target now is these 495,000 people. You guys are worried about picking up $1 today, and I'm worried about marketing to these 495 people. Now I'm going to take the system that we have. We're going to repackage the whole thing You're the beneficiary of this, by the way. You're the beneficiary. You were the ones that were smart enough to show up. Okay? That's who wins the lottery ticket, the guy that buys the ticket. Who gets lucky? The guy that shows up. You guys got lucky. You got the system. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, and I'm telling all you guys that don't take advantage of this today, you don't take advantage of this today, and you see this 2 weeks from now being marketed on the internet for $29.95, don't you call me hating on me. Because that's what I'm going to do, and I'm telling you, I'm going to do it right now. And let's say I sell, what's 2% of that? 10,000 copies at $29.95. I'm not going to give them a credit. I'm not going to give them Brandon's program. There's plenty of information here. When I go back and do a review of everything, you'll see how much information you forgot already. I'm not going to give them the Stages program. I'm not going to give them the credit at the store. What else? I'm not going to give them the 10X Rule, the 10X Kids. I'm not going to give them the iPads, the AirPods, the Mr. Brick. I'm not going to give them a recording of the program. We're not going to give it to them for life. And I'm not going to give them a ticket to the 10X Growth Conference. And I got the rest of my career to sell 10,000 sets of this. How much money is that? Is that $30 million? $30 million, is that right? And this is how you make money, folks. Yeah, this is what Pete would call 7 figures. I'm going to go pound out $30 million. None of you guys will have paid for that. All you did was pay for my advertising. And that's how you build a business. Wendy, you with me? Wendy, you need a massage right now. Okay, you guys with me? You see what I'm doing? I just showed you our entire marketing plan. Now that you know the marketing plan, you need to perfect each of these parts of this system. Today is what? What's today? Saturday or Sunday? Saturday. Tomorrow there's going to be 2 big football games tomorrow. Big, giant football games. You guys going to be watching your team win tomorrow? Who's playing tomorrow? 49ers and who? And Eagles. You guys gonna be watching the game? Guess what? When you're watching the game, what are you doing with this? You're forgetting this. You got your kids tomorrow morning. You're gonna go to church tomorrow morning. You're gonna go to church, you're gonna spend an hour in church. You're gonna forget this. Monday comes around. You gotta go make a sales call. You get rejected on. You're gonna forget this. By Tuesday, it's all gone. If 90% of it is already gone today, guess how much is gone by Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, folks? And that is why I said, dude, I want to do a program that we can be with these people for 21 days. At the end of 21 days, we do our growth conference. And then after the growth conference, I want to have you guys at one of our live workshops where you can be with us. So at least I get 30 days, man. I want you guys to put in the chat, how long does it take you to create a habit? What do you guys think it is? 21? 14, 21, 60, 21 days, 90 days. There ain't nobody saying it takes 1 day. Maybe there was one person that said 1 day. You don't create a habit in 1 day, bro. You need to look up the definition of habit. Siri, define habit.
As a noun, habit means a settled or regular tendency or practice, especially one that is hard to give up. Do you want to hear the next one?
Now that's good. It's settled in, or regular tendency or practice, especially one that is hard to give up. You do not create that in 1 day. You create that by doing the same thing at the same time each day until you're like grooved into like, okay, this is what I do every day. You know, it's archaic. This is an archaic definition. A person's bodily condition or constitution, a victim to a consumptive habit, obsessive. If you know this book I wrote called Be Obsessed or Be Average. The person that becomes obsessive with this, obsessed with what they're doing, okay, will be the person that's successful with what they're doing. So look, I think it takes at least 21 days to rewire somebody. In the first days, I need to just basically strip out what you believe. This is what we did on day 1, okay? So I want to give you guys a wrap up. Huh? Yeah, I like that. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you guys a We're just going to give you a master class right now. And then I'm going to bring Brandon Dawson back up and do a Q&A with everybody. Okay? Huh? Damn, I look good. All right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys basically action ideas to take away from the last 5 days. Things that you might have forgot. Okay, day one, if my memory serves me right, the first thing we talked about was a 1% mindset. Okay, how do I get in the 1% club? I basically was telling you, look, this is your financial target. What did Robert's dad tell him? Hey, bro, pay the rent, pay the rent, pay the rent, pay the rent. Now, this has been vilified in our society today. A lot of things are being vilified right now. Money has been vilified, at least in America, and I would expect around the world, because I've been to Australia and Dubai, and I've been to Europe, and most people, you can't talk. James, when you were growing up, James Coe, when you were growing up, did they vilify money and say money was the enemy, money was the bad guy, bad people have money, rich people are evil? Yes, I see you, man. See, family is being vilified in America today. You guys know that, right? Money is being vilified. Work is being vilified. The police are being vilified. Okay? Republicans are being vilified. Democrats are being vilified. Voters are being vilified. Okay? White, brown, and black are being vilified. Men and women are being vilified. Kids are being used. All the most valuable things we have, man, are being vilified. Now, I need money to take care of the things I value. This is what I went over day one, man, to take care of my family. If you guys, how many of you guys love your family? You'll do like anything for your family. Like, bro, like you want to get me pissed off? You want to get me upset? It's not me. If you want to get me upset, say something about my wife or my kids. I got a phone call the other day. Somebody let my daughter down, okay? Like my whole day was in front of me. Somebody let my daughter down. I went into like, whoa, wow, bro. Like I called my wife. I said, man, the power I felt come through my bones and my body to take care of my daughter. Okay? Or how about your mom or your dad, brother? Let me tell you something. How many think a bankroll helps you take care of your family? You can call the mayor up. Hey, Mr. Mayor, man. By the way, because you need some help for your family. I need some help for my family. Or the principal at the school, right? So your kids being, hey, I want to make a donation to the school right now. I'm thinking about making a donation to the school right now. But first, I got to get my kid handled. How many think money helps like that? Yeah, but nobody told you that. Nobody told you that. Your mom, dad, your dad didn't, your uncle didn't. Nobody told you, hey, money helps make things easier for everybody. No, what your parents told you was money won't make you happy. How many heard that? Money won't make you happy. Money can't buy everything. How many heard that? Help me out here. How many of you heard a penny saved is a penny earned? How many of you heard you need to save your money for a rainy day? Okay, how many heard you got to have 3 months of savings? If you're a responsible human being, you should have 3 months stacked away ready for the future. Okay? Look, these are all things to vilify your ability to take risk and be an entrepreneur and be successful. These things benefited the bank, not your bankroll. You understand? The bank won. When you save money, the bank wins. When you buy a house, the bank wins. When you guys were buying houses, you should have been buying businesses. I'm just saying. Businesses cash flow and houses take your cash flow. But they told you to go buy a house because that's how they make you a slave. They told you to save your money because that's how they make you a slave. They told you to put away 3 months because they want you scared of the thing that's going to happen that probably never going to happen. They told you to pay your house off when the truth is what you really want in our society is debt, not a house that's paid off. The USA doesn't have anything paid off. Microsoft has got debt, Google's got debt, Apple's got debt. The biggest companies in the world, Caterpillar's got debt, McDonnell Douglas has got debt, Boeing's got debt, but you're like, but I ain't got none. Yeah, my daddy said debt was bad, okay? The biggest companies on planet Earth are using debt to expand, but you were told not to have any. Because you a punk. You need to pay your shit off. Okay? And then somebody turned you on to Dave Ramsey and you bought into it. Dave gave you the sign of the cross, said pay your stuff off. You shouldn't have a car loan, shouldn't have a business loan, shouldn't have a home loan. Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what? You're going to be alone. Everybody has debt. Robert Herjavec has debt. I have debt. Big companies have debt. You use debt. You don't get used by debt. Right? Remember what I talked about? You got to change your mindset right here. Okay, we said 1% club. How much is that? What's the number for the 1% club? Let me see who was listening. I use debt. I don't get used by debt. $867,000 a year. As soon as I say that number, most of you in the room like, bruh. Can I get that bruh sound? Y'all got the sound machine around here? Bruh. Johnny's going to get it for me. Bruh. Okay? $860,000 a year. When I say that number, how many are like, bruh? Come on, put bruh in the comments if it's like, bruh.
Bruh.
Real. Huh?
Bruh.
Bruh. Again?
Bruh.
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 You gotta amp it up.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Bruh.
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 Bruh. And if you didn't say bruh, I guarantee you, if you tell your mama, your daddy, you tell your uncle, your sister, hey, I'm gonna make $867,000 this year, I guarantee you they're gonna say, bruh. No, you ain't, bruh. Bruh. Ain't no way, ain't gonna happen, bruh. Come on. Yeah, man, I went to a Grant Cardone event this weekend. Bruh, come on. That ain't gonna happen. Grant Cardone made a bunch of money. You ain't gonna make any money. How many of you already heard that from somebody that you shared this with? Oh yeah, Cardone's making all the money, man. Cardone's banking. You damn right I make money. Because I stay focused on this. I'm like, man, how could I do this every day? I'm gonna go home tonight and do it. How could I do it? 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 You guys writing that down? How could I do it? How could I do it? Not, I can't do it. See, it's so easy, man. Just flip it. You're saying, I can't do it. Your mama says you can't do it. Everybody believes you can't do it. But how could I do it? How could I? Okay? Now help me out here. I'm trying to scrape your brain right now. I'm giving you a brainwashing. I'm trying to undo what you've been done to. Okay? They did this to you. They basically brainwashed you to stay small and little and poor and broke. Remember what Robert said? The poorer you are, the more focused you need to be. That shit was good. That was gold, bro. I was writing that down. I'm like, oh my God. Okay? The more poorer you are, the more focused you got to be. I think that's what he said, right? Yeah, poorer means you need to be more focused. And that's why I never have money. Okay, I stay poor. I don't have money because it keeps me focused like a vicious, like a what? I don't know. You're like a hungry dog on the back of a meat truck. Okay, 867, how do I do it? How do I do it? How do I do it? What would I have to do? Okay, let me do the math. Then what you do is you take the mental and you add math. Okay, I'm gonna add some math right here and I'm gonna break it down. Okay, take your calculator out. You got one on your phone and I know you got a phone. Take the calculator out. I want you guys to see this for yourselves. Everybody's got to do this. Stay with me. Stay with me and work with me, okay, Samara? Stay with me and work with me, Rosalind. Stay with me and work with me. Take your phone out, put it in your hand, and I want you to take $867,000, and I want you to divide that by 365 days. Hopefully, you got 365 days left in you. And I want you to divide that, and you're going to see a number 2375. Everybody see that number? Divide that by 12 months. No. Divide that by 365. No. Wait, what did I do here? No, divide that by 24. Shit, I lost my mind. Divide it by 24, and you should get this number. What number did you get? $98. $98.97. $876,000 divided by 365. That's the days. Divided by 24. Divided by 24, right? 24 hours. Yeah, divided by 24 hours. Okay, that's $98 an hour. Some of you already make $98 an hour. Now, I want you to divide that by 60 minutes. Because I don't work by the hour. I don't live by the hour. I live by the minute. Boom. I need to make $1.64 a minute. Okay, I'm like, okay, wait a minute, man. This guy's got me tripping now. $1.64 per minuto. Okay, this is what we call Minute Maid Millionaire. This is called the Minute Maid Millionaire. I ripped this off from the orange juice people. Yeah. Didn't we say yeah? Didn't I say yeah a few minutes ago? Yeah. Why are you checking with me again? Oh, I am tracking. Okay, a minute 64 right here. I don't think that helps us though, okay? Okay, $1.64 per minute. Oh, you're like, oh, wow, bro, you just showed me I cannot just work a 40-hour work week. I got to automate some of my systems. I got to automate. I got to get something automated. Everybody that's making money is automated, folks. Warren Buffett said, if you can't make money in your sleep, you're going to end up dying at your job, right? This is where we start scaling, okay? Where I need multiple flows of income, okay? Maybe I'm making $80,000 a year, $80,000 a year for my job. How do I start sprinkling this with other things? This is what you guys have to learn. You can't just, okay, I'm going to do this. I mean, you could do it like that. You could spend 25 years figuring it out, or we could spend the next 3 or 4 weeks and say, boom, I'm going to put a freaking bow on this thing and figure it out. And that's what we talked about. You got to have multiple flows of income right here. How many flows can you have? Well, the more the better. The more the better, particularly if I'm not having to spend hours to do it. The easiest way to get a multiple flow is to buy it, by the way. That is the easiest way. It's the one nobody ever thinks about. They're like, shit, I'm just going to go buy one. Herchevek talked about it in the call today. To invest in a property that cash flows. Bang, you got another flow. We talked about this the other day, right? We talked about this on that day, how I use money. I use money to produce money, okay, and to produce people. Right? The people are the money, right? The more people I know, the more money I can get. The more people that know me, what's more important? Who knows me? Me or them? Which one's most important? This was on Wednesday. What's more important? You know me or I know you? Who knows me? Or I know them. I walk into a club, okay? I walk into a club. Is it more important that I be recognized or that I know somebody in the club? No, you want to be recognized, folks. Okay, money follows attention. We talked about this. I spent an hour talking to you about money follows attention. I can validate this with companies, hundreds and hundreds of companies around the world. Money follows attention. Best known beats best product. The money, all the margin is how much money you make on a product. All the margin ends up with the person that is best known, okay? So how do I build up a big database of people that know me, okay? Once they know me, how can I service them, right? How can I service these people and then convert them to do something with me? Also, we talked about this money mindset. Okay, Holly, we talked about, hey, remember completing the circle? I get interest up here and I create interest and I follow up with them. I create more interest and then I finally get them to actually transact with me. When we complete a circle so that people can actually have when we close the deal, I talked about this yesterday. When I actually close the deal, we actually complete the circle. And until you close the deal, okay, until you actually close that sale, handle their objections, you don't complete that circle, all right? Remember what we talked about in sales. I know I'm giving you a lot of information. I'm just recapping what you missed yesterday. What did we talk about in sales? How many objections are there? How many different objections are there? One. There's only one you need to handle. Now, they all break up into a handful of categories: product, stalls, money, or time. Okay, they break into 4 categories, but the reality, it's only one reason. There's only one reason that people don't buy. Most of the objections that you're handling, by the way, we talked about this a little bit, but I ran out of time. Do you know that most objections are actually complaints? Not objections. They should not even be handled. Most of these things should not be handled because they're complaints. You never handle a complaint. Remember yesterday when I said to you, hey, never solve their problem, give them what? Give them a bigger problem. Remember Russell Brunson? Russell was here for an hour and a half. Dude dropped so much content on you guys. It was like, wait, what's the funnel, bro? What's the funnel? How do I follow up? Remember, if you close 10% or 15 or 20% of the people that you touch, 80% have to be followed up in that funnel. Did you know that it takes me 8 to 12 contacts to get you to sign up for anything with me? I need to send you 8 to 12 messages, Holly, just for you to say, you know what? I'm going to trust this guy for a second. And then it's probably going to take me 8 to 12 follow-ups to get you to actually do anything with me. So 8 to 12 on the follow-up, and this is on the trust. This is just to build any kind of trust here to get you on a list. So I got to make somewhere between 16 and 24 contacts. You're like, man, dude, that sounds like a lot of work, bruh. Damn, son, that's a lot of work. I don't know about all this work. I don't know, man. This stuff sounds like I got some work to do. Yeah, guess what? You ain't gonna do that work for 80 grand a year. Nobody's gonna do all this for 80 grand a year, but you would for 876.
Bruh.
Okay, this is what I said to you on day one. If the goal's not big enough, you will quit on it. So I'm going to keep going back to that. I'm going to keep bouncing back to this. This is what I do with my staff constantly. If you guys have ever seen our staff, man, I got some of the best people in the world working with me. I got the best people in the world working for me. You know why? I keep going back to this. When we can't get the marketing done, the sales done, the communication done, the scaling done, I go back to this. Oh yeah, you want to be broke or you want to be a hero? I can't be Wonder Woman. I can't be Robert Herjavec. I cannot be Superman. I cannot be Spider-Man, but I can be, what's his name? But I can be Bruce Wayne. That's why that would be my hero of choice, because he's just a rich guy, bro, that buys a bunch of stuff. And anybody can get rich. You can't be a basketball player. You cannot be, most of you can't be the next Adele. You're not going to be a TV star. You're not going to be Tom Cruise. You're not going to create an invention, but you could be a successful business person. Anybody can do that. Doesn't matter how tall you are, how short you are, male or female. I'm going to prove it to you. Brandon Dawson, come up here and we're going to do some Q&A with these people, okay? Brandon is a completely different version of a successful businessman than I am. Completely different. Jared is different than me, and so is Pete. Why don't we all come up here and do this, guys? Yeah, let's do it. I just wish we had some women up here. I wish my wife was here today because I get tired of looking at your ugly mugs. And the goal, guys, the goal is not to have money to show it off. How much money have we given away?
About 200,000.
We gave $100,000 worth of GrowthCon tickets. We gave $100,000 worth of GrowthCon tickets. We've given away, I don't know how much of this cash, 65,000 or cash or something?
Yeah, 60,000.
Okay. Why is it important to do that? Well, if you won something, tell me it's not important. If you won something, tell me it's not important. So what I want to do, so that you guys don't leave here and feel like your questions didn't get answered or your situations didn't get handled. If you have any reason not to be part of this system, I want you guys that have questions about the system itself, okay?
Yep.
I can't answer every business question. The system has the answers. If you have a question about the system, how his part will help you, how Jared's in this, he sees this every day, man. This guy's such a valuable resource because he's been here the whole ride. We had 3 people, me, him, and Sherry. There was 3 of us that came to work in Miami, and we built this into a massive business. Pete's situations, his business is scaled, mine has, and his has. And so what I want you to do, guys, I want you to keep your questions as much as you can focused on how can I use the system to blah, or this is where my part of the system is broken, and let's see if we can get through as many questions as possible.
Yeah, as we go into Q&A, guys, I just want to say a couple things for those that are here. Make sure tonight, as Grant said, go to grantcardone.com/system. The credit goes away tonight at midnight. And as long as you take advantage of that, you get to use the credit for something futuristic. And I didn't share this with them, but this gets shipped out too. This is a box of stuff that gets you prepared for GrowthCon here in a few weeks. And we can't get this to you on time if you're not taking advantage today. So we want to make sure that this gets into your house before GrowthCon takes place. Make sure you go to grantcardone.com/system and take advantage. So we definitely want to take some questions. I'm going to say one final thing. The most important thing you can do is go to the website. Most important. The homework, because we promised you stuff on the front end. Grant just said, he just recapped and laid everything out. What are you committed to? We want a video in 1 minute of what you're committed to. We did these 5 days to change your life and change your business. We want a 1 minute video on what you're committed to. And we're going to go play those videos, watch those videos, and see how serious you are.
Marketing, little marketing trick we're using right now. We want to hear about your successes. I don't want to hear about your thoughts. I want to hear about your successes. What you're going to do with this. What value you found out in this. Guys, what am I going to share with my public? Okay, I got 16 million people that follow me online. Put a video down there that I'll want to share. Oh, for my new friend, Holly, listen to what she said about this event. If you guys give me that, I'm going to share it. I'm a sucker. You understand? You guys, collaborative marketing is so easy. It's unbelievable. He's seen me do it all the time. I'll see a video online. I'll be like, oh, bruh, check this video out. How many times have I done this?
Every day.
It's somebody trashing me. I did it with you this morning. Somebody trying to trash me online. I'm like, oh my God, this is gold. I'm gonna get 1 million views out of this. So if you guys want me to reshare you on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn or YouTube, do a video about this event. And I guarantee you, I'm gonna see it. My team's gonna see it. But most importantly, tell me, Holly, do the first video and then tell me 3 weeks later, hey, I made $1 million because of this program. But that's got to be real and legit. And then I'm going to go scream. I'm going to actually put money behind your face, your name, and our experience together. Okay? And that's how you play this marketing game. That's why I said all of you need to bank that 10X marketing thing. It's fantastic. Let's go to our first question. CJ.
So what's going on, guys? How are you?
Good.
Good.
So I already wrote out a question before you said the context was more about the system, but it's real quick, so I'm just going to go into it.
Please.
For the past 15 years, I've been building my skill set in construction. I was lucky to have really good mentors, and now I can go into a house and completely gut it and rebuild it. I've also learned how to buy distressed properties, renovate them, and resell them.
Great.
My goal is to hit 1 million a year, and my first target is 10K a month. My question is, would you continue in this vehicle or learn and implement a different business model?
I can tell you right now that the home remodel space, and Robert Herjavec said it, is a hot space right now because people are choosing to stay in their existing homes. And if you can be good at going in and doing remodels, hardscape, landscape, pools, windows, siding, roofing, HVAC, plumbing, those are all hot spaces right now that are going to command high valuations in the next 3 to 5 years because people are investing in their existing homes versus buying new. And then the people that buy the older homes, they want to bring them up to standard. So, especially if they're going to Airbnb them or anything, they got to make them nice. So that's a great space.
And also for those people that may be locked in on a low interest loan last year, they're not getting out of that house. Maybe they thought they were going to flip it. They're going to rehab that house because they can't trade up. There's going to be a lot of compression put on the trade up. So if you can't trade up, you're going to fix what you have.
And just generally speaking, if you're trying to evaluate an opportunity, what you just got to look for is are people making money doing this? Like if you're trying to do something new that's never been done before, nobody's ever created it, you can't find anybody doing it, and you're like, oh man, I'm going to make billions because of this. Chances are it's going to be extremely difficult because you got to educate people on a problem they don't even know they have yet, or a product they don't even know about yet, and then you got to try to sell them yours. So I think the big opportunity to qualify a vehicle is to just look around and go, is anybody making money doing this? And if they are, there's a way to do it. You just need to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you want to have it.
His definitely can be scaled.
Well, we work with $500 million of guys that do this.
Yeah.
Look, this is why the cost to the relationship, like I just think about the cost of the relationship that you have right here. You could come to any one of our events and ask our team. What are the hottest industries right now that are commanding the highest value? And we could just run you through a list of 100 industries. So take the risk and take the guessing out of the equation. And that's what Robert Herjavec was saying is like, go to the power source with the knowledge, information, and present yourself.
Hey, CJ, are you in the system?
Of course I am, man. It's free.
All right.
Yeah. And let me just say this, this goes back to that 876 thing, guys. You got to ask yourself, well, this is what Jared said. Is there $876,000 on planet Earth? This is what your mom and dad just never considered because they're sitting there killing themselves over this $60,000 a year job. Dad's tired, exhausted, coming home, beat up. If you own a small business, most small business owners make less money than the employees. Like they're banged up, beat up, and then somebody says, you could make 8 times the money. And they're like, bro, I can barely live right now. I'm getting beat up, okay? But all you just got to ask yourself those questions like, but how could we? And then is the money available? Well, 876 is nothing on this planet. Not even measurable.
Yeah.
We had another question that came in online. It said, does the system work if you don't have a product or service that you own, meaning you work with somebody else? I'll take this one because...
Meaning you're an employee, right?
Because I'm an employee. And I'll just tell you that when I got started 12 years ago...
28 years old?
26, actually.
26.
Yeah. At 26 years old, it was the skill sets that I was missing that prevented me from getting further faster. Like I had to develop these skills so that I could start having momentum in the business. And so I didn't have my mindset right. I didn't have my sales skill yet. I knew nothing about promoting and marketing. All my social channels I thought were just for my friends and my family. I didn't know how to talk about the business that we had. I didn't have a pitch created. I wasn't even thinking about communicating in a powerful way. My sales game was terrible because I didn't know how to handle objections. And I had no idea about scale because I thought I was just an individual producer. But let me just tell you what I did. About 7 months after I was started, and I'd started getting some momentum and I started doing deals and I was like, hey, I think there's an opportunity here. My piece of scale, just so you guys understand the level of commitment that is required for you to move.
Tell them what you were making 12 years ago.
I was making $2,500 a month. So, you know, I'm making more than 10x that.
In Los Angeles, $2,500 a month and a commission. He had the potential to make a commission.
And now it's in the millions per year. And I'll just tell you the reason I was saying that is because I hired my own assistant. Like I didn't go to Grant to hire an assistant. I could no longer serve the accounts that I had signed up and continue to go out and grow my production. So I went and hired out of my own pocket somebody to help me follow up with all my clients and keep me organized. So like you can scale within a role, but you have to understand what that looks like. That's why Brandon's Breakpoints masterclass that he's doing goes all the way down to 0. Mm-hmm. And so like from 0 to 100 grand, like there are things that you have to figure out what to do to get past 100. And then when you get past 100, there's a new set of rules that you need to play by to get to 250. And then once you get past 250, there's another set of rules to play by. And Brandon covers them all through these revenue breakpoints that are included in the program. So you don't have to have your own company. You don't have to have a business. But I'll tell you what, as an employee who's been able to be part of a company going from $1 million a year in revenue, 1.9 million, to being worth a couple billion, I can tell you that learning the skill sets of how a business operates on somebody else's dime is one of the most intelligent ways that you can figure out how a business operates. There's no reason for you to quit your job and go try to learn how to do something that costs money that you have no idea how to do. So I've gotten a master class in business working for somebody else. And when I went home and slept at night, I didn't have to worry about what happens if the business goes under. That's what the business owner had to worry about.
If I could just add, one of the things that Jared did so well was when I think it was 3 years we'd been in LA together, the company wasn't really doing very well. I mean, it was doing all right. Some people would say it was doing well, but not even close to what we're doing today. And I was going to move the business to Miami, okay? And he's like, I'm going with you, man. There's only 2 people that came with me. We had, I don't know, 6 or 8, 9, 10 people. 2 people came. Jared's like, I whatever, bro. Because he said, I will do whatever it takes. Because he could see it. So the reason that's important for you guys is you guys got to find something. First of all, you got to be looking for it. I know he's going to attest to this. Pete will. You got to be looking for something to see it. This phenomenon takes place with colors, animals, pets. You know, you never saw it before. Somebody brought it up. One of your kids brought up something. Now you see it everywhere. Okay. It's a phenomenon of, I have to see the example. Robert Herjavec talked about the example. Once you see it, then you got to follow that thing, man. Go, if it's a good thing. Now, if it's a deadbeat job to a jail, you know, to incarceration, don't go down that one. You know, so you got to know, what are you looking for?
And it's really a challenge to find that in the beginning, because you don't even know what opportunities look like in most cases. So when they show up, you're like, what am I supposed to do here? And I'll just tell you that the thing you have to start looking for is where do I feel uncomfortable? Like when something comes across and you have a moment where it's like something comes across your table, a connection, somebody you meet, and you're like, man, is there something there? If you feel like the next thing makes you feel uncomfortable, that's the right thing to do.
Yes. Yes.
Because you're not going to know how to make $1 million moves if you've never made $1 million, but the material will start guiding your intuition. And I'll just tell you that you don't need to know all the strategies and tactics to be able to recognize the opportunity. I'll just tell you right now, and I want you guys to post in the comments right now. If you're on the live stream, if you're in one of the VIP rooms, we taught you things that you may not have been able to implement yet. But I just want you to post in the comments below if something happened to you over the last 5 days that got you to look at something in a different way, that had you feel something differently, that had you look at a possibility or an opportunity differently. Just put 10x in the comments right now if that happened to you over the last 5 days. Because when you start getting the right material, the inspiration is now inside of you. Like now your intuition's going to start kicking in because you've changed the way that you're viewing the world. And it's like once your viewpoint changes and you have the skill sets and those things meet at the same time, that's when magic happens.
Yeah.
That's when you find the right person, the right opportunity. You say the right thing on the call that gets you the deal.
Lorenzo says, what if I don't trust myself to buy the system? What if I lack confidence because I lied to myself so much?
Grant, I've gotten that message probably 150 times in the Facebook group, and probably a dozen been direct message me that exact thing. Confidence or trust, or what would you say to that?
Oh, don't give up on yourself. Like you got to, like when you don't have, the reason you don't have trust is you don't have success and you don't have repeated success. So the only way you're going to get it, the only way anybody gets success, confidence is success. It's nobody's confident because they're bad at something. You have to have success to have confidence. And this goes back to things that are vilified in our society today. Successful people are vilified when it is the thing that every person needs. Mom needs it, dad needs it, the kids need it, everybody needs it. And if the rest of your family can't get it, Samara, then you need to be the one. Somebody's got to be the example of this success thing. It's Saturday. My wife knows I'm here. She's supporting me being here today. She's not pissed off at me because I'm here. She wants me to be here with you guys so we can extend our family. This is my responsibility. Success is my responsibility. Once I get mine, it's my responsibility to make sure you guys get yours.
And I think that the important thing to remember is that confidence is built over incremental movements towards a stated objective over a long period of time. And then success follows that commitment. And when you stop making that commitment, you're guaranteed to struggle to find success. So give yourself a little grace. But when the challenge here is when you concede not taking the step forward is when you've really lost.
And the thing I would add to Brandon, because you guys can see, like when I'm talking about real DMs, that's Jack Cormier right there who DM me, and I've probably got 15 of those. Sometimes I know, like Brandon just said, success and confidence becomes incremental. But you know what helps me become more successful? Being around somebody who's done something that I want to do. Like sometimes it takes other people to give me that confidence that I need. And that's how I've grown so much in my business. Like every time I'm in the room with Brandon Dawson, I'm better as a result. Like I get more confident as a result. When I'm in the room with Grant and Jared, confidence comes. And I just want to tell some of you guys, like for me, I didn't have a lot of confidence starting my business because I put myself in a position with other people who did something that I wanted to do. It propelled that confidence inside of me. So I know there's 24 people that have sent me messages like this. Like he literally said, I want to buy the system, but it's a confidence thing. So I really want to encourage anybody else that's having confidence issues. Like
so if you guys were going to go buy a plane, let's say you came into a bunch of money and you're going to go buy a jet. You've never done it before. You have no clue how to do it. What are you going to do? You're going to build a jet yourself? Probably not going to build one. And you're like, I got to buy a jet. I got to buy a jet. That was part of the winnings, by the way. You won the lottery, but they said as soon as you win the money, you got to buy a jet. You're probably going to call somebody up and consult somebody about, hey, dude, you done this before? How do I do it? What should I look out for? What kind of jet should I buy? Blah, blah, blah. What's it going to cost? You're going to tap into somebody else's confidence that it's done it. This guy's scaled the business.
When I bought my jet, that's exactly the process you and I went through because I was scared shitless to do it.
You know what's funny? I think about this. I get an image when you guys talk about confidence, and I think that this would be a really good illustration for how people should view this. Like if you've ever been to like a pool. And they have the big high dive that's like 20 feet in the air. Or if you go like jump off a cliff into a lake. I don't know if you guys have had this experience before, but some people have the ability to just go up there and jump. And they go up there and they just go and they just do it.
Because they drank a lot of tequila.
Usually. But for other people, it's like, okay, I gotta start out at the lower ledge first and I gotta jump off. And then I'm gonna go a little bit higher and I'm gonna jump off and I'm gonna work my way up into it. And I'll just tell you that don't try to solve the problem of jumping off the cliff right now.
Yeah.
Like all you have to do is take that next little step. That's what Brandon's saying. It comes in increments. And so like what we're asking you to do right now isn't, make a $1 million investment, although some of our clients do. Some of our clients we partner with, some of our clients we buy their businesses. There's, that does happen. But we're not asking you to do that right now. We're just saying, hey, look, spend 5 days with us. Spend a couple hours with us every day. If you guys think that this has been valuable here, like imagine what it's going to be like after you go through the curriculum and the course, and then we can come back and do this and you guys can ask questions specifically about implementing the strategies in your business.
I make the argument you've already started the cycle of success because you're here. Keep it going.
Okay, let's go to Chip.
Hey, y'all. I just want to start out by saying that it's a real honor to be learning from all y'all.
Thank you, Chip.
So my question, I'm in a service industry. I did 200,000 my first year. So when I'm ready to level up to that next vehicle, should I stay in the service industry or research another thing that will get me to that next level?
What area of service business are you in?
Exterior cleaning and Christmas lights.
Yeah, look, I'd find some complementary connected businesses. Like you're doing Christmas lights, what could you be doing? There's 4 seasons. So, it starts with you get into Halloween, you do some funky Halloween lights, then you get to Christmas lights, then you get to this, then you get to the beautiful white lights. Look, here's the important thing. Once somebody lets you go into their house or touch their house, you've got a relationship with them. They'd prefer not to have more people coming through. And I think that's the thing with people with service businesses is once you have that relationship, the most important and hardest thing to get is the relationship. So once you have that relationship, take this series, because I talk about connected businesses. Start asking yourself, what other businesses could I add on to my existing business that I could service the same relationship with and keep my manpower moving so that I can continually add more people. In fact, I will tell you that you should estimate when you have a business somewhere between if as the business owner, you should be getting somewhere between $50,000 and $150,000 a year paid to you for every employee you have working for you. Now, if you want to figure out how that calculation works, you got to go through the system. But imagine a business where you have 10 people paying you between $500,000 and $1.5 million for the privilege of working. Now, what you need to do is figure out how do I keep them busy? And I think that that's what this system is going to teach you to do.
Day one, guys. I'm looking forward to getting through it.
Thank you, Chip.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Angel, go ahead.
Wow. Okay.
Read that Warren Buffett quote on that wall behind you.
It says, "Price is what you pay, value is what."
Exactly. Price is what you pay. Value. Price is what you pay. Value is what you get. Warren Buffett.
And you guys gave so much value in this program.
Thank you, Angel. What's your question?
So my question is, what live event would best support the system and all the bonuses you want?
Well, what are you doing? Like for you, let's figure out what do you think you need the most help with? Sales, marketing, or scaling?
Marketing.
Okay, good. Let's do the marketing workshop. That's the one. That's the one. You already know the one for you. We'll make you a master marketer.
It's good. It's good wisdom. And Grant, Jared, one of the things we're doing in the coaching is making the recommendations based on their plan they submit of which event they should go to. So we didn't get to say everything, but we're going to make sure it's clear where you should go use that credit as well based on where your business is at.
Our business boot camp, like we've got some remarkable events that go really deep into some great content that like we're giving you. This guy's been doing this for 40 years. I've been with him for 12. Like we have so much content. If you took a different course with us every day, like a different lesson, it would take you about 6 years to get through all the content that we have. So we've got a lot of material that goes down a lot of different paths And like I said, like we go anywhere from a free event like this all the way up to 150,000, 450,000, $1 million
investment.
We've bought businesses. You know, people have invested 10, 12, 14, 15 million dollars in the real estate fund. So like we've tried to, by Grant's vision, build this ecosystem out as a place where anybody can come in getting started with any budget that they have, even if that's free, like the last 5 days have been.
And I would just say, look, if there's business owners on here that are greater than $10 million of revenue, those break points are true. And if you understand what elements need to be in place foundationally and what things you need to pull forward from the next break point into your current break point, you'll accelerate your growth dramatically. We've taken $30 million businesses and taken them to 90 million in a year, 3 million to 33 million in 2 years, from $500,000 to 5.5 million in 1 year. Like if your business, and we've constructed this whole thing that from the way we educate and the workshops and the 360 programs and all our management programs, so that it's a journey. And if you just follow the journey, you're going to land on the target, because you're going to be able to pull the target forward by taking intentional action towards your stated objective.
Taylor just commented, he said, it's insane. He's talking about the marketing workshop. It's insane. They show you everything. They show you exactly what ads they're running. We show you all the pages, best performing, anything across the board. We're an open book here. We have nothing to hide. We talk about how much money we make. We talk about the employees that we hire. We talk about the employees that we fire. We talk about what's working. We talk about what's not working. When we mess up, we talk about it because we have nothing to hide here. All we want to do is make sure that you guys have an opportunity to learn from the things that are working from us or the mistakes that we made. So, you know, the purpose of you guys establishing a relationship with us in your mind should be to say, how do I learn from the $200 million they've spent in advertising? How do I learn from the...
That's how much money we spend in advertising.
Yeah.
200 million. You think we hadn't learned something?
You know, how do I learn from the thousands of people that they've hired and fired? How do I learn from the multiple economic periods that this guy's been through? Like that's what you guys are investing in right now. You're investing in people who have been there before that want to help you get there faster. And I'll just let you guys know the big play for us. The reason why you guys are here is because we want to take people at varying stages of their business, even if you're just getting started, and we want to make you win big. And we want to make you big enough so that we can partner with you or buy you. Our preference would be to partner, and that we could build something up so big that one of his buddies that hang out on Wall Street, that got big, deep pockets, can come along and pay you and make you filthy rich for your business. The biggest play that we have is we want to find partnerships like the guy that's in the exterior services business, or the CJ that's in the construction business. We want to get together groups of people who are like-minded, who are putting the material and information that you're learning in the system and through our programs to work. And then we together can go, and like Grant said, this guy's got a big chip on his shoulder, and he wants to go crack Wall Street.
I have a big chip.
The reason that we're in business is not to sell you a $997 course. The reason that we're in business is so that we can get hundreds of businesses together, and we can go to Wall Street and we can go, here you go. And we can get a $20 billion public company out of it. And you guys get to participate in that. That is our play. This is just what you guys need to do to get on the platform so that we could have a relationship like that with you, where we both get filthy rich.
Yeah. Let's go to
Julia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Yes.
I'm from Venezuela.
Awesome.
Venezuela.
What's your
Good to have you
question?
here. What's your question?
I'm so nervous. My English is not pretty good. My husband and I have an engineering services here in Venezuela. It's too difficult for the situation. How can I apply this system here in Venezuela and Latin America in 2000 in this year?
I think, you know, and I see some questions like healthcare. Does this work for doctors? Does this work for all these different industries? Does it work in different countries? When I sold to the $1 billion company, we deployed into 8 countries within 36 months, and it worked in every single country that we were told it wouldn't work in. Because here's the thing, it's a system. It's a process. And when you follow the process, you're applying what you do know against what works. And when you're applying what you do know against what works, and then, for example, marketing, you're going to see Grant talk about, here's how I create, here's how I push it out, here's how I follow it up. It's a process. Now you're going to have to do the work. Then you go from marketing to sales. Now you're going to have to write the scripts, but how to write the scripts and what to say and when to say it, what questions to ask. These are all things that around the world, because we have Grant Cardone licensees and clients all over the world in every single country. So the answer is absolutely it works. It works for every kind of business, every size business. It doesn't matter what you do because it's a process, it's a system that you work against.
Awesome.
Thank you, Julia.
Great, thank you for that. Another question here. How will this system help me start a new business? I gave the example the other day of going on a road trip with directions. And it's like, how much more confident will you be going on a road trip if you know exactly when to turn, how long it's going to take, where the gas stations are, versus trying to do it on your own? Most people will quit before they get out of their home state because of the lack of confidence that they have in their ability to make it through. If you've ever driven through Texas before, by the way, man, that's a big state. Real big.
Real big.
And having the confidence of knowing where to go, where to turn, and do all that stuff is the thing that's going to make you move faster. Most of you are dealing with uncertainty right now. You're dealing with a lack of confidence right now. The only thing that will fix that.
Which, by the way, no, like, how would you have the confidence? You guys got to quit being so hard on yourself. Like, why would you have any? Why would I don't know how to swim. I'm not going to have confidence about not swimming the first time I try to swim. You guys are trying to build a business. You're trying to go to 1%. You're trying to become a millionaire. You want to know how to invest. Nobody's going to have any confidence in the beginning. But the people that make it are the ones that look out. Who's done it? Can it be done? Number one is I'm going to be a billionaire by the end of the month. Okay, well, that's probably not going to happen. Let's do something reasonable. Okay, let's think big, but do something reasonable. So, has it been done before? Who's done it before? Let me grab their map. Okay, Pete can help me lay out a speech so my speech is better. I could do it on my own. I could go to Google and look it up. Or I could have Pete actually give me individual attention, because even when you guys search something on Google, because you lack confidence, you've never done it, you're not going to trust the information. So you're going to look for a second source. You know, you're going to look for, oh, okay, let me go search something else on Google. The moment you search a second thing on Google, you're freaking confused because it's probably in conflict.
Yep. Yeah, and if you know that there's 5 stages of starting a business to exiting a business, you know what all 5 stages look like, and you understand the principles of all 5 stages, you're going to move through the 5 stages faster. So the answer is yes, all the way from startup to exiting a $4.5 billion company.
Hey, I saw Monet, or did we miss Monet?
No, we didn't get her question.
We didn't get Monet's question, guys. Let's go with Nicole.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
I'm going to
Nicole.
make a real quick question for you guys. So what is the part of the training or the system that would be most effective, or would you recommend for members of the MLM or community-based marketing space?
Yeah.
The system, guys, is laid out exactly how we wanted you to go through it. Literally step by step, exactly how we've laid this out over the last 5 days is exactly how you want to move through the material. You start with mindset. Until you get your mindset and your think right, would you all agree at this point? Like, you have to change the way that you think in order to do something bigger than you're doing right now. It is mandatory. The second thing that you need to do is you have to promote. Like, even if you don't have a product or service, you need more people to know you. Like, that's why Grant said, hey, would you rather have $1 million or 1 million followers? Like, you got 1 million followers, you have the attention. Now all you need to do is find the product or the service. Every single person here is failing in the attention model.
Yeah.
Except for Jenna, because she just texted me.
other-
So number two is marketing. Number three is you have to get the communication piece dialed in. The communication, the way that you communicate with the public has to move people. It has to inspire people. It has to educate people. It has to give them confidence in your ability to solve their problem. And when you do that, you create a real lead. And that's when you have to get the sales game figured out, because you have to figure out how to monetize the traffic. And then the final thing you need to do is you need to figure out how to do that over and over and over again, so that you don't stay one person. You become 3 people, and then 9 people, and then 27 people, and you continue to multiply the organization out, which is what Brandon teaches also in the scaling piece and through the revenue breakpoints. Like, there is actually a model. I never knew this. Like you typically think that you would just hire, okay, what do I need next? What do I need next? Who do I need next? Like you just start bringing people in. There is actually a system of who to hire, when to hire, and when you should be hiring the next person. Like, there's actually a formula to make sure that you want to just tap on this.
Let me say something to that, because what you're saying is so critical. What you're saying just brought something up in me. One of the reasons why you guys don't have confidence is because you've subscribed to broken systems. I said this on the pre-training. I said, I have been around a lot of influencers that don't understand the first thing about business, but yet many people, and I'm not saying all, but many people are buying into their systems that are broken in building a business.
Yeah.
You want to know why you don't have confidence? It's because you haven't had a system that is proven to understand how to build a business, Brandon. That's why a lot of lack of confidence is because there's people, Brandon, what would you say to the people who they've tried things over and over? Because I've seen that in the chat. They're like, this isn't my first time trying to swim, Grant. It's my 6th time.
Yeah, well, I mean, good for you for it being your 6th time, because if you give up on your 4th time or your 5th time, you're never going to do it. And most success comes from how you fail forward from the things you try to do. But to what both these guys are saying, there really isn't. I give you that there really isn't great guidance and advice on exactly how to start something and build it from scratch. And I just want to remind you that we started Cardone Ventures, this brand, from dead stop 42 months ago, and we did $83 million last year, and we'll do 125 to 150 million next year. Now, that was from zero. So there is a very specific blueprint. Who you hire, what they do, how you hand off roles, responsibilities, objectives, key performance indicators. You go through our systems, you learn that. It's like an assembly line. But if you're in the MLM business, for example, that structure, what you need to perfect there is how you're going to present the business case.
Yes.
And then how are you going to market yourself and promote yourself? So for you, there's 2 very specific things. It would go to the communications program with stages, and it would go to marketing and learn how to promote, then go to sales execution and actually document how to do it, because that only works when you're recruiting people and then giving them the confidence. See, real leadership is making other people's success easy. And if it's easy for people to succeed because you've written the scripts, you show them how to do it, you model, mimic, and master what you can prove works, and then you'll recruit more people because they'll find success faster, and you're pulling time and money forward, which recruits more people because they want somebody that knows what they're doing to help them. And this is true for every business, so you're not unique to that. But your process would be marketing, it would be sales, and it would be stages. And those 3 programs would be the programs that would, because you already have the business model, you already have the technology to run it on, you already have all that because someone else made it. So you got to really apply the things, the low-hanging fruit first. And we've built this to do that for every business owner. When I gave those 10 elements of growing a business, remember the first element was strategy. Well, the MLM company already has a strategy. Remember, the second one was marketing, so you know how to promote. The third one was sales, so you know how to execute. All you need to do is just follow those first 3 and then go to stages and perfect how you communicate, and you'll blow it up.
Yeah, the biggest issue, we have a lot of network marketers on this. Thank you to our partners, Eric Worre and other folks, and Stormy and a lot of folks. I'm going to tell you what, that Brandon said it, one of the 2 biggest pieces of the system that are broken for network marketers are communication. They all communicate the same way. They don't separate themselves in the communication. The old school communication that can turn people off, and marketing is another one. So for all of you out there, those two pieces of the system will be game changing for you. Let's go to the next question.
What happened to the lady that was on?
I know. How did
rough?
If you're there,
Let's go to Thomas. Thomas. What was her name?
Monet.
Monet. Let's get Monet.
And maybe in room 4, guys, or 5.
Yeah. Thomas, how you doing, man?
Good, guys. How are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we got you. What's your question?
So, loved it, man. All 4 or 5 days. I don't know if it's 15 days. This is I'm like from the frickin' fire hose. This is incredible. I've already got 3 businesses, but I need to go horizontal big time and get out of the corporate world once and for all. Because of the massive recycling of disappointment. Now, what I want to know is, I'm getting feedback. I don't know why. And I want to be able to build a community and help as an addiction counselor and life coach because of my experience and my life. That's the cornerstone and most important thing in my life is being sober almost 30 years. And so I help men get sober every day. But I wonder if this is really a business that I can get engaged with, or is this a fool's errand?
No, we have businesses we manage that are addiction businesses with multi-site locations, massive personnel, and generate an enormous amount of revenue source and do remarkable things to help people. So the answer is it's a legitimate business, but it's one you have to scale. You have to get big.
How do I do that? I can't get my head wrapped around how do I do that.
But see, now you go straight to you want the answer while we're sitting here versus getting into
No, I understand.
You're going to learn. You're going to learn. You're going to learn how to go.
Okay.
So
all right.
So you guys all understand. Just listen. I see the messages and I see, does it work in this and does it work in that? And what about this and what about that? You do understand that your current level of awareness is based on all your past experiences and those programmed to you from school, parents, everybody else. If you want a new level of experience, you need to move from your present level to somebody else's present level, your future opportunity. And you need to ask the questions. How did they think? What did they do? What did they do? How did they communicate? What process? That's what the system's for. But you're not going to get all the answers right now. You just have to make the decision to experience it yourself. Then you'll have the right questions. And now
Monet's back. She's back. We got you, girl. We got you, Monet.
Oh, wow.
We weren't going to let you go.
Hi. So I guess my question is, so I bought a course off a multimillionaire. I absolutely did nothing with it. And after talking to Grant, he made sense. Like maybe I'm thinking too small. And I'm not dreaming big enough. My goal's not big enough. That's why I'm not taking the action to do anything with it. So I want to know, would this system work since I want to start all over? Since I went home and decided something that's a bigger dream for me, a bigger goal.
Listen, it'll work from starting all over. And you have to commit. Like we're asking you to block your calendar. Here's what makes this system. Here's what Grant wanted. He told Jared and I both, don't go create something that's going to have people have to wait 6, 9, 12 months. Go create something that they can win with fast, but they have to be committed to an hour or 2 a day. So what you guys need to realize is February 16th, February 11th, you're going to graduate with your plan being ready to go and clarity for you. Not, and like Brandon said, in every industry, it doesn't matter. This is a business challenge. It's every type of business. This is a system that works for any business. We consulted with Brandon so much on this whole event because we wanted to make sure we gave people something that worked in any industry. But you got to be committed to the process the next few weeks. And if you miss something live, that's why it's all recorded for you to go back on. So if you're committed to the process, yeah, Grant's right. You're going to have to determine some bigger targets. but it's not like you just buy it and then it's osmosis. You have to be committed for the next 3 weeks and really all in.
Yeah, and look, like this, it seems like we continue to get this, like, you know, I bought something in the past, I didn't work, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Like, can I just tell you, the most important thing that you can have when you're getting started is like discipline. Like the discipline to just do the right thing, the next right thing. Like, you don't have to have everything figured out, guys. Like, all you have to do is show up. Like, and we had somebody on, like, Robert was not listening. He was not prepped. He didn't. And what's he telling you? Continue to invest in yourself. We just got a text message from somebody, multi-million-dollar annual business, bought the program because she wants to continue to invest in herself. Like, you guys are never going to go wrong if you continue to invest in yourself. We were talking earlier about Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Bill Gates and all these people. Like, you know what they did? They went to Harvard, they went to Yale, they went to Stanford, they went to Princeton, NYU, whatever. They went to all these prestigious Ivy League schools to be educated. I didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, well, most of them dropped out because they didn't really get what they wanted.
And they realized that they were outpacing what that education could give them. If you are not outpacing your situation, if you don't feel like you're further along than you should, if you feel like you're not where you should be, like, you have to continue to educate yourself. And you're not going to get a Stanford education, a full ride to Harvard. Like, that ship sailed for most of us a long time ago.
And by the way, those people that work for me don't make as much as I do. Yeah. So they can have their degrees. Degrees are important, but let me just say this. True money, true net worth doesn't flow to people with big degrees, and it doesn't flow to people with great sales skills. It flows to people that use their education and use their communication skills in order to solve big problems, and then they become wealthy. So someone like you could just be trapped in the wrong vehicle, not understanding how to make that work. The what you do has to work, but then it's who you do it with and how you do it. And this system talks about how to figure out the what, how to figure out the who, how to figure out the how. You could literally go through this system, not even have any business, and you'll be better off because you'll know what questions to ask when you talk to people who do have businesses. You could start an insurance company or go to work for somebody like the people on here in the home services business. You don't need to go in as the owner. You can go in as a key contributor and you could blow their business up. So the allure of owning your own business is an allure. Because most business owners that are under 3 million, they want somebody else to come run their business for them because they're burning themselves out.
And I'll tell you that is exactly why I was able to become a partner with Grant, is because I showed up in a business that was small enough as a committed employee who was, I was sucking in as much information as I could about how the business operated. And I was trying to contribute at a high enough level to get Grant's attention and keep his attention and to have him continue to see value in me until it got to the point where he goes, hey man, I want to give you a piece of the action on this. And so, like, whether you're an employee, whether you have a small company, or whether you're a solopreneur and you're just getting started on a new thing, you've got to have the right skill sets if you want to do something big. You just, and like 250 grand a year will require skill sets. 125 grand a year will require skill sets. And as you continue to elevate and escalate, you're going to have to learn new skills. And like TD Jake said, he said, new levels, new devils. Like, as you go to new levels, like, things change and they're unexpected. And you just got to keep people around you that will continue to support you. So grantcardone.com/system. We've got a $997 option if you're able to do a one pay. If you'd like to break it up, there's a $397 option for a 3-pay. We want to get you guys started. Grant mentioned it before, the $997 credit, where you can actually take the $1,000 that you're going to be investing with us, and we're actually going to let you use that for one of the live events that we have throughout the year. That ends tonight. So you have to take advantage of this. And we are trying to put some pressure on you. I'm just going to let you guys know. We're trying to put pressure on you to make a decision.
A job of a leader is to stretch your rubber band. Not to stretch it till it breaks, but stretch it until you realize you have extra capacity. right? And all of you have so much capacity. And our job is to get that capacity out of you and then teach you how to teach others to get that capacity out of themselves. And that's how you get bigger, because no great business, every business person that's a great business person that has been mentioned from this stage didn't do it alone. They had a team. And the bigger your business is, the bigger the team. In fact, Elon Musk does not know how to build rockets, most likely, but he knows how to find remarkable team members and set a vision for them to build rockets to get them to Mars. Sometimes you don't need to know how to do it. You just need to know what the destination is.
Yeah, I love that, Brandon. And the thing I would add, a lot of people are asking, how do I claim my credit? Here's going to be my recommendation. Let's get you through this next 2 weeks, and then we will be able to make the recommendations of where you should claim it, right? Let's get them built. Let's get their plan built.
We'll talk about that in the coaching.
In the coaching.
We'll help you guys understand where you'll have the highest impact going next in your business. So we've got sales, we've got marketing, we've got a people workshop if you need to start thinking about hiring, recruiting, growing your team. We've got a finance workshop, so if you need to figure out how the financial operations of your business ought to be working. We've got a leadership program. We've got a 3-day business boot camp where we touch on all of those topics. We've got a real estate event. We've got masterminds. We've got the stages event. We have 10X 360, which is a 2-day business operating system with Brandon. So like there are a lot of opportunities for you guys to get connected to the thing that will help you drill down deeper into what you're doing. And we do believe in live physical events, the power of them. That's why we do so many of them. And that's why we wanted to add one of these into this program so that you guys have the opportunity to come to our office. Like some of these we run in our offices. We have a classroom in our office.
Right now there's one going on.
There's literally a workshop going on right now while we're here. So we want this to come to life for you. And that starts today with you guys saying, hey, I'm ready to make a commitment. I'm gonna make 2023 my best year ever. And then you're gonna show up in our office, and then we're gonna meet you. We're gonna look in your eyes. We're gonna shake your hand. We're gonna congratulate you. And then hopefully that's how we end up starting a really long and prosperous relationship. And you know, the biggest payment that we get, and this is honest to God, we talk about him every single day in our meetings, is people winning with our products. Like when you can help somebody change the way that they provide for themselves, like it's like curing somebody of a disease. Like you're taking a problem out of their life that's causing them problems. And so we celebrate successes, we celebrate wins, we celebrate you guys, but you have to do some part in order to get that piece started. And all we're asking you to do is sign up at grantcardone.com/system so that we can get you started and you can be on our next testimonial. We've got GrowthCon coming up in a few weeks.
Oh my God,
you guys are going to get to see virtually, but like during GrowthCon, we bring up probably 10 different live testimonials of clients that we've had that have typically been in our programs for in most cases less than 3 years. Most of the folks that we're bringing up are in their first year with us, and like people get brought to tears because their business was saved. They didn't have to get rid of employees. It saved their marriage. They have confidence in their ability to put retirement money aside from now. Like everything changes when you help somebody create more income, and that's what we want for you guys.
Yeah, I think so. Kind of final thoughts today. And guys, we all give it up for Brandon Dawson today too. We all give it up for Brandon Dawson in the chat. Yeah, he was unbelievable. I'm so glad he could be with us today. Just a kind of final thoughts, just because I'm watching all of the chats, all the boxes. I just want to bring some clarity really quickly. The program isn't going away tonight, but the credit is. The program is not going away tonight, but the credit is. Next Saturday, February 4th, is when we kick off with you guys. When we kick off with you guys. That is the kickstart. That is the kickoff to the program. It's February 4th. And so we're keeping this open, we're keeping this open, okay, for, sorry about that. But like Grant said, next week is when the price will shoot up and triple. But what is going away tonight is your opportunity to get the $997 credit. As long as you take action, that credit shows on your account because we know everybody that took action between Monday or Tuesday and Saturday. And then don't worry about where you're going to use it. So many of them are worried about where they're going to use it. We will help you in the coaching here in one short week understand where to use that credit. So that's the first thing that I want to say to you is that the second thing is that make sure tonight, like the most important thing that you can do is go take advantage of this. Somebody posted, like, do I still get the credit if I'm on a payment plan? Yes, as soon as you finish out your payments, they will get the credit as well. We've seen several people post that as well. Tonight, homework. System, getting the system priority number 1, homework priority number 2. We want you to post in the Facebook group, homework day 5. Or hashtag homework day 5. What has been amazing about this event, like Grant said, and what are you committed to? What has been amazing about this event, and what are you committed to? Like, what are you committed to because of this event? What's been amazing? What are you committed to? Our team's gonna watch those videos. This next week, we will award some of those prizes. But right now, the thing that matters most is making sure that you take advantage of what we're presenting to you. I hope we're so grateful for the 5 days.
Yeah, like this has been, for our entire team. Like, give it up for the 10X team.
Yeah.
Like, just show the team some love. Like, everybody in the chat. Like we've got our team members here. They've been up until some nights 11 o'clock at night. They're doing their best to respond to your questions and your posts and your comments. There's a lot of you. We're a bit outnumbered, but they've done an amazing job helping you guys out. And so posting the homework, somebody's asking, they keep asking, to the Facebook group. Just put in the Facebook group, Unbreakable Business Challenge.
There they are. Yeah.
Hey, there they are. Look, guys, I just want to tell you, like, I don't know what your situation is. Of everybody up on the stage, I'm probably the one that's been the closest to where some of you may be most recently. Like it wasn't too long ago when I just started this thing with a guy I didn't know. I had to move to a town I'd never lived in before with people I didn't know. And it was tough for the first year and a half. I was just like trying to figure out how to get by, sleeping on the air mattress. Like some of you heard that story the other day. But man, things can change fast once you start doing the right things. And unfortunately, most of what we have been told about making money is wrong. It's the wrong math. Like it's designed to get you to a point where you think you barely have enough until something bad happens. And then you realize that you were playing the wrong game. You need to play a bigger game. Like, I had to realize this, and the only person that I had any faith and trust in was the guy that I was working for 12 years ago, who had a big house in the Hollywood Hills. He lived next door to Leo DiCaprio. And I'm like, man, this guy's got it figured out. He's got the beautiful wife. He just had a baby. Like, everything appeared on the outside that this was the target. And so I didn't have the ability to trust in anybody but that. And so I would just encourage you guys, trust the result. Like, trust the outcomes that Grant has been able to achieve in his own life. Like, Pete has multi-million dollar businesses. Brandon sold his business for $155 million. I don't have credentials like they do, but I went from $2,500 a month to I made almost $3 million last year.
To $250,000.
To $250,000 a month. Like, it's been 12 years since I've been here. That's not overnight. But for me, going from, I think the first year I worked for Grant, I was only there a couple months. I made $28,000. The next full year that I was working for Grant, I made $90,000. And that jump from $30,000 to $90,000 gave me all the confidence that I needed to go to from $2,500 a month to $3 million. All you guys have to do is get yourself a little win. Don't think that the win has to be going from 60 grand a year to $1 million, because it doesn't. The win needs to be you can prove that you have the ability to make a decision to go play a bigger game, and then you in increments do that. So if you're making 80 grand a year, like let's find you another 10 grand in the next 30 days. If you're making 125 grand, let's go try to find you 25 grand in the next 2 months. And you being able to do that, it's not going to take you a lifetime to do that. It's going to take you a couple months. And that will give you everything that you need to lean into this. It'll give you everything that you need to really lean into us. And it'll give you everything that you really need to get started moving towards the income and the life that you deserve to live. So I'm just telling you from my own experience, my life is blessed. My family, I have the most beautiful wife, the most beautiful 2 little boys. I'm able to provide them not just with experiences, but quantity of experiences, quality of experiences, because of really the work that I did for 2 years. For 2 years, I went all in, and it set me up for life. These 5 days will be the start of that journey for you. I promise you that. So if you go to grantcardone.com/system right now, you can make the decision to join in and start that journey with us, not by yourself. And I look forward to seeing every single one of you guys on the other end of this with massive successes, massive wins, more income, more happiness, more connections, a bigger network, employees that are winning, and you being able to take care of your family and have true financial freedom. Thank you guys so much.
Guys,
we will see you. We'll see you in the coaching.
Yes.
Because we're getting started soon. GrantCardone.com/system. We're out of here.
Get that system and get your homework done.